Hello? Look who's here! Also, this music is so ominous. I don't even know if you can hear it actually, but... Hello? Yes, oh, you can hear it. It's so ominous. It's also so loud. Why is this so loud? There we go. Hello. Hi. YouTube is here! Look who it is! I'm hanging out right here with you, YouTube. You're here! I think you were here on Tuesday too, weren't you? I'm so perplexed as to what does or doesn't make it work. Like, I don't know. I don't know what causes any of it. Spooky music, what's going on? Well, today we are talking about the character design in Wuthering Waves. And you're gonna have to listen to me just completely gork up saying Wuthering all the time, so I will refuse to say it. I will just call the game Wooa, because that is what people call it. I think this is the login soundtrack, question mark? Honkai Star Rail, as I've learned, is like, oh, you, like, you know, train music, astral, like, whoa. It's kind of like awe-inspiring. This is like intimidating, spooky, scary music, which is kind of similar. And no, I would not call, this is not a Genshin clone. I would not call it that. I wouldn't even call any of the 3D gacha games a clone of any of the others. They all have different mechanics for how the gameplay works. It's just another 3D gacha type game. That's what I would call it. Not a Genshin-like, but a 3D gacha game. But hello, and yeah, the sound is scary. This song will be over at some point and we will be free. We are just listening to the soundtrack right now, but hello. Hi there. Yeah, 3D action gamba, perhaps, yes. Next patch is a lot more focused on music, which was a criticism they got in the past. Uh-oh. If they got a criticism for it, then we are gonna have to hear why they were critiqued about it, I guess, today in the background while things are happening. Arr. Rub's bald head, give me luck? What do you mean? Have you not learned anything from our time together, Ox Machina? Have you learned nothing from our time together? I think the main takeaway of EG is that if you are looking for luck for things that are not the Pokemon trading card game Pocket, you will not find it here. Although I guess, what was it, Kaido on Tuesday got mega luck and got 3 super rares in a pool via us doing some rotation for them, so mayhaps some things are beneficial and is helpful and does work. Unclear. Atypical Index, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate some more. And also, Ryuku, I saw before I went live that you resubscribed. Thank you, Ryuku. And I saw your message was like, I just want it to go away. Make the message go away. Oh wait, yeah, and for Spookable did too. Thank you for Spookable. We got a bunch of resubscriptions. Thank you guys. Is it that time of the month where that occurs? Question mark. I never know when and how that whole thing goes, but thank you, fellas. Yeah. Rotation. Let me take roll before we get in, because I actually want to get to the topic today, kind of, because boy, I have feelings. Oh man, boy, I have feelings. Just in the bit of research, because let's hear me out. I can't always, you know, in the couple of days I get to prep for something like this, I don't always get to do the deepest dive into a game, but oh man, I have feelings on this one. And you will hear about it. So let me take roll and then we will in fact get into it, and I will give you like 12 different disclaimers and thoughts, and yeah, we'll see. Yeah, you can make your predictions as you will. And today I'm going to make you guys gamba also, because we are going to gamba together. This is a gamba game and I'll make you gamba not about how many we are getting through, but about what you think the average score will be that we're going to go get today. That's what we'll gamba about. So, also, I hope there's some of you who actually know what goes on in this game. Please. Be sleepy eyes, thank you for following. So, roll, who's here? I see Rolina, Derprex, Mythic, Alive to Thrive, Risco Plexo, Ox Machina, Rex Tau T, Amber, Sushi Puggo, Incinda, Virku, Burundi, Raven Tenebris, Katana Spirits, Bugs, Gamer Falcon for Spookable. That's all I had in there for now. You are welcome to check in continually. YouTube fellas, who's here? I can see you. I see you, Soul Kingdom Creator. N7 Tungsten Kestrel, Game Loser, JH. Hello. Why are you throwing hands at me? There's no reason to yet. I have yet to state an opinion. Don't throw hands until after I state thoughts and opinions and all of those things. Just hold your hands for now. Hoshi, Freyaleska, Hello. I'm glad you're here. Already Gamba and Balatro? Oh no, not the Gamba and Balatro. I will tell you very briefly, Tuesday night after I finished streaming, I played more of that Balatro-esque mode, vaguely Balatro-esque mode in HSR. I'm a gamer god. I'm so good at it. I was getting like S plus like 50s. I completed the event before unlocking all the characters that you were supposed to unlock for it. So I went back and continued completing the event, even though there was no point in me gaining that currency anymore. I might play a little more of it because I'm gonna see if there's any other like items I can obtain from it. But I was min-maxing it, and I was so glad I didn't do it live because I'm awful. I am the worst of min-maxers. I know quite a bit of the new game, but not the new area. Okay, good to know, good to know. Also, Shadow Pring, I see you too. Gamer Squiiji, let's go. I know, and you guys will never believe me because there's no way to check it. But you have to believe in the shroom that believes in you. Believe in me, believe in the me that believes in you. Yes. Balatro event, like the room customization mode? Yeah, people were calling it like the Balatro adjacent mode. So yes. Yeah. Hi, Lance. Also, Lance, I have a question. You played 8 hours and got bored? Oh, no, that doesn't bode well. Also, hi, Lance. Hey, Lance, can I steal your perfectly edited Minecraft video of me hitting you with a car? I will credit you. I was gonna edit that myself and then was like, wait, Lance did it for me. I was like, I opened the Discord and I was like, oh, the thing I was going to do. Go right ahead. Aye, aye, Captain. I will tag you in it. Thank you, Lance. It was silly and I was gonna do it anyway. So I was like, I'll give Lance this one. Save me some work and give you benefit of doing it. Yes, someone had to do it. And I'm happy it could have been you. Have we got other characters yet, or am I early? You're early. We haven't even started talking about Wuthering Waves yet. We haven't even started. We haven't begun. So, on that note, since I did take roll, hi Moss Cake. Also, the roll has been taken. Let me correct my posture here really quick, and I'm going to actually, before I do that, I'm actually gonna eat like an entire cheese stick. I was not on time for this. There we go. We still got a full 40 minutes of yap to do. Are you guys gonna complain if I don't 40 minutes of yap because I need to get these feelings about this game off my chest? Are you gonna complain? I say while eating a cheese stick. Like string cheese or literal stick of cheese? String cheese. Is this another EGism? Is me calling it cheese stick not what people call it? Is it me calling it something that's not what it is again? Not just one of your opinions. Fair. I see mixed, no attachment to woo-wah, roast away, cheese logs. It's not a cheese log. Not quite, at least. I don't think. I've heard both. Okay, good. Yap is therapeutic to listen to. There we go. Okay. Here for your opinions. Fair. I will say I'm also concocting mayhaps an idea for the future. I am going to do my ASMR reading stream at some point. And I was like, maybe we can do like EG reads for you to fall asleep to, but like I read like horribly boring academic papers. Not horribly boring, but like papers in the sense of they're going to be long-winded and technical and all of that in a way where it will put your brain right to sleep. It's like asking your father to explain to you, I don't know if you guys did this, I'd ask my father to explain to me the most absurd concepts in geology to fall asleep at night. Or like there's a meme about a kid asking his dad to tell him about like memes and quarks and atoms and, not memes, quarks and atoms and, there was a word I was looking for, quantum mechanics. Why did I say memes? What's wrong with me? Oh my god. I'm losing it. I think I'm losing it. A paper about toxicognats. I don't know about that. Probably papers on mushrooms or mycology or art if I were to read one. But I am thinking about that maybe. No, do a mushroom themed, dish themed outfit. What would you like? Mushroom dish themed outfit? I mean, technically anything I do is a mushroom dish themed outfit in all of your eyes. I could wear whatever I want. You guys would still be like, ooh, yummy, eat. I could be like neon green and with all the signs of something that is poisonous, and it would be fine. No, I was terrified of asking my father anything. He's tall. Understandable. See, I'm not scary because I'm short. So you guys could ask me to read you bedtime stories because I'm not tall. Yes. Gonna be over the large number of belts. Hang on, so when we get to woo, hang on, let me eat this string cheese. Hang on. Let me unwrap it under the table so you don't have to hear the horrible crinkling in full volume. Okay. Aggressively eating string cheese. Also, the mug warmer that I was gifted off of my throne, fantastic. I love it. It's my new favorite possession. It's so great, honestly. I think Moss Cake was the one who funded it. I love it. It's fantastic. It's so good. I have hot chalky here, and it's been sitting here for like 40 minutes, and it's still warm. It's so good. So now, via my distraction, I won't lose my hot chalky being hot. It won't just be chalky. It's so good. I finished eating my cheese so I don't have stuff in my mouth. And don't worry, I do love a good fashion belt because I am a Kingdom Hearts fan, so Wuwa will not be get gotten by the belts. There's something else I like less. You're just so small I could boot kick you? No, you couldn't. No, you can't. I'm so small and agile, I would simply dodge right out of the way. Easy. It would be alright. It would be easy and I'd have no trouble and you wouldn't be able to kick me. That's why I'm not scary. I'm trying to like chew my cheese at warp speed so we can actually talk. Wow! Okay, got it. Thank you for rotation. I eat so slow. I started that cheese stick like 15 minutes ago. And I did the things I do to go live, and then I was like, where's my cheese stick? I can't find my cheese stick. Did I finish it and forget that I finished my cheese stick? No, it was sitting in my lap, and I'd only taken like 2 bites out of it, and I was like, ooh, I'm live. I have to eat my cheese stick now. Hi, Gabby. Hello. Will there be psychic damage today? Oh, you better bet there will. You better bet your bottom dollar there will be. I feel like any gacha game, there's gonna be some EG psychic damage, but I think Reverse 1999 limited it quite a bit. my psychic damage for Reverse 1999 was pretty low, but there's a bit of it here. We'll get to that. We will. Well, we'll find out. As a Wuwa fan of you, been waiting for this video for some time now. Ooh, I hope I don't disappoint. I don't think I will, but hopefully I won't. My thoughts here. So, I gotta do my disclaimers here because I forgot to do them when I did ZZZ, and some people got a little angry at me, and that's okay. I understand. So, first things first, talking about Wuthering Waves character design. Me, e.g. Squiiji, not the be-all end-all of what is good character design. This is just one character designer's thoughts. I have a very specific philosophy that is what I was trained in, and I do try and broaden my horizons and limit my bias, but there will be things that are just going to be inherent. It's just the way it is. I acknowledge it, and that is just how it is. And I also am not a hater. I gotta make this abundantly clear. I'm not a hater. Any feelings I may have about whether or not I think a character has good character design or not does not say anything about whether I think they're a good character themselves or not, whether I like them or not, or also whether I like the game or not. So, disclaimer 2. And disclaimer 3 is that because I only get a couple of days to research a bit about these games sometimes, I will not have the most in-depth understanding of every single character and their story, right? Unfortunately. What we do is we will take a look at characters, we will do a cold read of them, I will make my guess as to what their deal is, and then usually you guys know better than wherever I tend to be looking online for what is about them. And you guys tend to let me know whether I was on base for it or not, and I will also look into what their actual occupations are and roles in the story after I've done my cold read. We'll go through kind of my design rubric, all of those things. Yeah. So that is the general disclaimers there. Oh, and I'm using my VTuber design criteria because what is VTuber design if not character design? Right, yes. Well, do have zero info, so others will fill the blank. Fear not, I believe we may have several people who know things about the game among us, hopefully. And here's the thing. I have a tendency to hear something that is not fully accurate sometimes on stream. If I goof it up, if I have something totally wrong, if you think I'm totally wrong about something, you are welcome to leave me a comment, politely please, and tell me A, what I was wrong about, or B, things about the story you think are important that I missed out on. So you are allowed to do so. You are permitted, but please be kind. It's not me coming at something trying to be mean. It's me just not being aware because I can only know so much as somebody who has not played the game, unfortunately. So, oh, disclaimers. Oh, okay, don't kill me, please. A few of us are pretty up to date. Okay, shoo. Okay, that's good. Good to know. Good to hear. I'm relieved. Don't be nice, please. Rubric, yes. You've heard of the Rubik's Cube. Now get ready for the Rubric Cube. I say, that'd be really good if I had my transition ready right at this moment, but I didn't. I'm not that good, unfortunately. One of these days. Hang on, wait. We'll try it again. Hang on. You've heard of the you've heard of the Rubik's Cube. Now get ready for the Rubric Cube. It's not a cube. It's just a square. I got it. It's all good. Mushroom, take 6. Okay, we got it. Everything's great. Hi, silly sulky Sally. Could you fold it into a cube? We could. I think someone edited, it might have been Alive to Thrive, edited it into a cube on the Discord. So that does exist. But it's not here right now. It'll exist one of these days, mayhaps. Oh, and in my housekeeping, I also forgot to say, my donathon is probably going to end today. It is probably, look at those numbers. I streamed for 4 hours. Today is likely the final day. Wild, right? And we're going out with a bang, talking about something giving me psychic damage, which I think is exactly how we began. So, hopefully, good day, and we can do a little celebration at the end. And we can look at the tally up of results, and I will give the results of who were our top donors and all those things and rewards for it on Monday. We'll talk about it. Yeah. But for now, rubric. So here is my rubric that I use for VTuber designs, but it works for character designs as well in general, because what is a VTuber if not just a character? So our categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept, and motifs. And I know that there are other criteria that go into game character designs that are different from the usual ones for a VTuber also, and we will mention those also. So, yes. So, color palette. To get full points as a character, you need to have a palette that is cohesive, interesting, and well executed. If I have to slap you with a bunch of color layers, or if I look at your color and you do not have color design that is inherent to you as a character, that makes you seem different from other characters in your own game that you are in, or if a game or something else is overusing the same color palette or same like way of working with color to an exorbitant degree that goes beyond just trying to have some amount of harmony between characters, no points. That's called foreshadowing. For silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable. Usually 3D gacha games tend to struggle with this. My other spoiler is that this one doesn't. That's a good spoiler, actually. That's actually a very happy spoiler, which is that where I've noticed Wuwa is lacking in color palette, their silhouettes are very unique and identifiable. I was actually, like, floored by it, because I think they're the best out of the 3D gacha games I've seen so far. We're talking, my sample pool right now has been Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, and ZZZ, Zenless Zone Zero. Which, granted, those are all by one company. Those are Hoyoverse. This is a different company that I don't know who is off the top of my head. But their character designers do things differently here, which is kind of the flip-flop. Yes, Kuro games, I see. So, that. For silhouette, you should not have blob head also. You should not be a blob, and you should not have a bullet head. Your hair should not connect to your shoulders. 4, complexity versus clarity. The model should be well balanced. Details should support the concept and focal points without being excessive. I should be able to make you into a marketable plush, which, you know, for a game's characters, you are going to want to be able to sell merchandise of them in some way. And you're going to want to have a community that is willing to and interested in creating fan work. We've talked about this before. The metric for the longevity and the cultural impact a piece of media has in a lot of ways can be observed by simply looking at how much fan fiction and fan art there is of it. That is the metric score. That is the reason why, Avatar, the Blue People one, despite being one of the highest grossing films of all time, does not have the staying power in a lot of our minds the way that other things do, because, you know, they're kind of kept current and kept perpetual through works of the community. Yeah. So, complexity versus clarity. Don't be too over-designed to the point where we don't want to draw you. I heard a lot of people complaining in other ones of these of, oh, that character's so cool, but I'm never going to draw them. So don't do that. 4, focal points. Full points, and the focal points are well executed. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face of the character, usually primarily. We want to form a connection. We want to establish an understanding of the character. You know, they say eyes are the window to the soul. In games and other things like that, it is acceptable, however, for focal points to be located in other places, like, you know, objects that are inherent to the character's gameplay style or that are important to their lore. Those things are also acceptable. Depending on what kind of game you are, if your focal point is the, should we say, assets. While I do understand it, I feel like that is a little heavy-handed sometimes. Don't worry, we can still focus on assets, I say. But please have other things that are similar level in focal point, please. 4 focal points. Yeah, don't overwhelm. Cheap heat, should say, yes. Assets, yes, is what I'm saying, Zelma, yes. So, and then concept and motifs. The concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. What this means is that I should be able to look at a character and be able to determine a certain number of things about them. I should be able to determine what are the character's defining personality traits, or are we going for something like gap moe, or opposite of expectations? Those are both acceptable ways of doing that. What is a character's occupation or role in the story? Further, what is the character's play style? What, like, role do they take in the gameplay? Are they a magic user? Are they a strength user? Can I guess what element might be associated with them? These are all things to consider. Are they human or another species? Is this a secret we find out later? What is their relationship with the world they live in, their culture, their background, these things? These are all things that should be discernible visually in a character's design. I see you guys saying a lot of things about assets. Yeah, we'll get there. But there are some other mechanics or things that are criteria that I should mention also for this game, as I do for most gacha games. I didn't talk about when we did Splatoon last time, because Splatoon's not a gacha game. That's not really how it works. The characters are just there, and they're not trying to sell you on the characters to some degree, nearly as much as a gacha game is. And when I say sell you, you're not buying the characters in those kinds of games. In gacha games, they want you to feel the need to buy the characters. The characters need to be attractive, or, you know, attractive way where it's like, I have to have them. Please, I must have them. I need my waifu or husband. Oh, please bring them home. Or needs to have new mechanics, or needs to be the meta. Those are the 2 reasons why they're going to try and get you to buy these characters, and the designs need to support at least one of those things. Yes, please, I want my Blorbo, I need him. I'm using such outdated terms. You guys don't say those words anymore, probably. Yeah, attractive game style appearance, power scale, yes. So, that's what they're doing. Selling merchandise is potentially also a point of the character's designs and all of that too, so people don't say Blorbo. No, they do. Me saying husbando and waifu, I think, is kind of outdated, though. You guys say Blorbo. The other ones I said aren't probably current. Am I doing all of the characters or some of them? I'm doing a bunch of characters that I had pulled in advance for today, but next week, you guys can make suggestions of characters for me to look at. I won't get through all of them because as we know, I'm a yapper and I am not quick with it, unfortunately. But I will eventually do a tier list of all of them, and then we can talk about all the characters at least a little bit in designs. Yes. Absolutely. Use Blurbo, Husbando, and Waifu. Oh, okay, good. Great. I'm glad I'm not outdated on that one. Thank you. Yeah, the other ones are old weeb words, which is why I was wondering if they're still in use. Still a thing just for cool people. Oh, hi. Hello. Funny seeing you here. The Ian of Ladders has been summoned upon us because the Wuwa. I've heard things about the Wuwa, about the Wuthering Waves. I've heard that the Wuthering Waves are, have the proclivity to cause something we may call psychic damage, as well as the proclivity to have some of the best silhouettes that I've seen in 3D gacha games. How can a game be this inconsistent with parts of its characters' designs? I don't know. However, the important thing to remember here is that clearly, regardless of any misgivings that I may or may not have, me, Squiiji, Eldritch EG, the Eon of Ladders, the game's still doing fine, apparently, for the most part. They're still making enough shmoney to be operating. There's still a game that's popular enough that people wanted and requested me to talk about it. Thank you guys for the ladders, by the way. And, well, I'm hearing some misgivings about the gameplay, maybe, but I've never really heard that much in complaint about the characters themselves, and I have seen a good bit of people really being into some of those characters. Wow, thank you guys for all the offerings. So kind of you. I appreciate all the ladder offerings. The Elder GG is feeling favorable today, so I might bestow upon you all some kindness as a result of your kind ladder offerings, yes. Have enough money for game ads, in-game awards. See, that's what I'm saying. If they can afford that kind of stuff, and I will say, I do see advertising for Woo quite often. They must be doing okay, is what I would fathom, maybe. Yes. Then also, there are a couple other things that I should mention here, which is that it is a third-person game. You are looking at the character from behind most of the time, at least from what I saw in my research. So, are the characters interesting to look at from the back? And are they or are they not a Tainari situation, where character good front, character back, feelings. That man was so overdesigned on the back. Interesting does not mean overcomplicated. These are different things. I hope you guys take what I say seriously, especially when I am Elder GG. I have a lot. I know what I'm talking about. I hope when I look like this, I don't look like I don't know what I'm talking about. Then also, it is a 3D game that I'm guessing all came from 2D reference art, and we're gonna look at how on or off model some of them are to some degree, but I would say that pleasantly, they're way more on model than other games tend to be. And do the design support opportunities for interesting animation, so like hair that can blow in the wind and clothing that is nice and interesting to look at, or, you know, accessories, or, you know, little animations for magic and stuff like that. How interesting are they? And are they working in a way that is functional in 3D without getting in the way of other things? Yes. Why are there ladders all over your face? It's because, we'll see, when we get to talking about silhouettes, we talk about ladder design, and I apparently have become the god of ladders as a result. Yeah, they're a reference to my ladder system, so we'll get there. So. Are we ready? Let me find, it'd be really smart of me if I had them all open to start here today, but I did not. Let me let me search my PC for the characters, and we're gonna start with the, we're gonna start with the player character, which is Rover. Hang on. Where's my full body? Hello. Let me grab me a Rover. And there is a masculine and feminine version of the character. There we go. There. Oh, not that you can see them anyway, because I am right in the way. Yes, there are two Rovers. We're gonna look at both of them. And I'm gonna change this canvas size just a little bit. We're gonna look at them in conjunction, because once again, like we talked about with the characters in ZZZ, the player characters, they're kind of meant to fill a similar role as each other. In that game, they were kind of being almost foils to each other. Oh my god, there's so much. I'll wait. Like, we can't talk about these designs if you can't see them. You're making me T-pose on them. That's rude where I come from. That's considered rude where I come from, to T-pose on characters' designs. We'll wait. I'm gonna sound like such a teacher. In ZZZ, they're literal siblings. Yes, they are, but they also had, like, they were opposites in terms of the way they presented themselves, and their personalities were also, so they were best viewed in tandem. For these two, I would view them because it looks like they have almost the exact same things being considered for their design. Like, they're designed with the same sort of ideas in mind, even though they're executed kind of differently in a strange way. We'll get there. 30 minutes in now, we've looked at so many characters. Well, see, we're further in than we'd usually be at this point in time. Oh, okay, I'm free, but I'm still T-posing. Yeah, ZZZ's main characters are meant to be different characters. This is more like Honkai, just gender difference of the same characters. They're both called Rover. They don't have separate names either, as far as I'm aware. Also either. You kind of look like them. I would say not. I have a whole extra color over them that I don't have. That they're lacking. Really like the female Rover for reasons I cannot say. Fair. I appreciate you knowing and not saying. So, here's our character designs. If I had to guess what their role in the story was without noticing that they're both holding big sword, I would say, They are dressed in mildly, like, fantasy, tactical gear, maybe? To some degree. Selma, thank you for the gifted sub to Nocturne Deer. I appreciate it. Can we rotate for Selma, please? Dude is giving manhwa male love interest. Okay, do you know what this dude is giving? Do you know what this dude is giving? I'll open an image for you. Can you guess what image I'm opening for you? I'm gonna open an image. It's giving isekai protagonist. I don't know why she's here. This is Sword Art Online. Isekai protagonist, I believe. It's giving isekai protagonist. There's a graphic. Where's my graphic? I have a isekai male protagonist. Yeah, here, this is the grid I wanted, actually. This is what it's giving me. I don't know why. I really do not know why. This is, wow, the design, yeah, e.g. same series and same guy. No, that was all Sword Art Online. I had the wrong image. This is the right image. Shonen protagonist, which I guess is what this is also, but I don't know why. All of them have the same dark hair, dark clothes, usually dark eyes, sword, like, they're very similar. And as a result, they are unfortunately quite forgettable to me because there's just an oversaturation of them. Yeah, it's because it's neutral, it's so that we can be a self-insert to them to some degree. Yeah, bland for self-insert, which is fine. We can make them be that way, and their face and their hair, but you could give them a little more variety and personality in their outfit, in other parts of their character's design, right? I don't know. Average to look Japanese boys of that age, yes, which is fine. But despite giving them average hair and face, we could make them have a little bit more variety in other things about them, like their clothing, because all of them are wearing black and have pretty much no other colors in their palette. Sometimes some of them will have like a little bit of gold, perhaps, but like they all have pretty much the same color palette too. It's not just that. Thought Rovers had some more white in their hair, I forgot. This Rover looks like she has some white in her hair. This one, unclear. But I don't know. I feel like they're just a little bit too generic for me, unfortunately. Pinch of yellow. Yeah, you could have a pinch of yellow, but well, what can you do? And here's the thing. If they handled the female Rover in the same way, I'd be like, oh, okay. They just wanted to have a, you know, like, this is not a leather jacket, but kind of looks like a dark jean jacket. Like, I think they're making a design consideration that is specific to this world then maybe of, okay, we're wearing jean or leather jacket. That's kind of a protective style of clothing to wear because, you know, jean is hard to tear a lot of the time or hard to bite through, things like that. If you're in a post-apocalyptic fantasy setting, maybe that'd be practical. But girlie's out here with her full, pretty much body on display. I don't know what's going on there. Don't get me wrong, not a hater. That's fine. She can show off as much skin as she wants, but I don't know. I would be willing to live with them doing the generic isekai protagonist thing if they made her the same way. But it's fine. I mean, the guy for self-insert, the gal is for assets. That does seem to be the case, and I think I heard recently, mayhaps, that the game made it, was it this game? So you can switch between the two? Where that wasn't the case previously? I think that may have been the case. Hi, Lacking Luck. Fully clothed, see in a club or a party or something? I mean, they are. Here's the thing. So we gotta talk about design sensibility to some degree also here, which is that you can have a design sensibility that is very down to earth and realistic. Like if we're having a, you know, say an anime about doctors, you don't want to have doctors that look like anime outfits and craziness, because then you're not going to take seriously what the theme is. It has to do with the world they're in. Sometimes you can have realistic outfits, and that's fine. It's fine. However, if we look at what the world looks like these characters are in and what a lot of the other outfits look like, the outfits themselves are more interesting, or they make more sense for the world they're in on some degree. Yeah, I don't know. But my guesses for them about what role they fill in the world, which I think actually were pretty accurate, are that I had assumed that silent protagonist, maybe. They seem like they'd be kind of quiet. That's more so from the way that, like, facial expressions are. They look kind of shy, maybe, or quiet, which is funny. If that is the case, games love doing shy, demure character in the most revealing thing ever. Do talk semi-often, actually. Interesting. They seem sort of shy to me, at least on my cold read. And to me on my cold read, I was wondering if they are sort of stealth-based characters. You know, trying to put a reasoning to all fully dark clothing. You know, they're trying to be unseen. They're trying to be unnoticeable, maybe. Potentially. Deadpan when speaking. Okay, I could see that, and that would make sense for me. I do see you guys saying you'd wear these outfits. That's fair. However, most of the outfits that we would wear in life are not inherently always fantastic for character design. Unfortunately. I'm looking at you, Fire Emblem Awakening Olivia. Oh, yes, that is definitely one to look at, yes. There's a lot of them. There are a lot of them. There were a bunch of them we looked at Genshin, too. Yes. I remember how the character of Rover was as a flawed character. I would wear the sword. That's okay. We're kind of getting away from the point there. Furthering the point here, though, is that you heard me say earlier, I enjoy the silhouettes of the characters. Unfortunately, these two aren't quite doing that yet. These two, as I said, fully, if you were to show me the silhouette, other than the fun little danglies we have coming out the back here, which, because of the pose we're seeing, I'd be like, is that Kirito? Is it Isekai Protagonist 2 or 3? Question mark. Unclear, but I will give them that they at least added those things, and that does help. That's his hair? Oh man. Oh wait, okay, interesting. Wait, so that's his hair in almost a like rat tail sense. But not quite. I don't know if that's kind of me to call it that, but I do know that having long ponytails usually have something to do with status. So I'm wondering if that is related to his character design. Because I see hers is definitely a ponytail. Double rat tail. Yeah. Interesting. So thoughts on silhouette? This game does better. This game does a lot better. They do way better on other characters, but not these ones. Amnesiac Ancient Hero. I could see that kind of making sense, yes. See Fem's Rover's design from the front. I thought I had hers from the front. Rover, Wuthering, Waves. But I don't think I had anything to remark on about her outfit when seeing it from the front. That's not it. That is an edit of her, I think. That looks wildly off model. And I will say, from what I've seen of the game, it seems like the characters are mostly pretty well on model. Let's see. Let me find a nice screenshot of her from the front. This has like an effect over it. But there's a lot going on there. there's a lot going on there. In the front of her outfit, we've got, it's laced up, we have belts, we have pockets, we have more lacings, we have bandages, we've got a couple layers to the shirt, we've got ribbons. There's a lot of different things. Not the released one, is that a beta design? Great, my classic foe. Why does this always happen to me? That's the secondary issue I usually tend to have is the wiki, if I look on the wiki, does not have, like if I open what the female character looks like on the wiki, they give me this. They don't give me, like, a good front body of hers. That could be beta design of her, maybe. Is that not what she looks like? Gallery. Let's see, is there a better image of her? The front of her design? Here's not. Here's her old introduction. Whoa, hang on, this is totally different for her hair. What is going on here? This is a different character in terms of hair. Looks cooler. No, it does look cool. That hair is totally different than the other promo art. 3D model, yeah, who is this? This is totally different. Looks like beta. This is on the official website as the female introduction. Unclear. Is there like a newer version of it? Here's a splash art that I can kind of see both of them in. Some of these games really don't make it easy for me to do this. Oh wow, so they did fully get rid of the covering that was there. And they also have a Mokana. that is really adjacent to Mokana. Definitely beta, not even beta, that's a tech test. Oh my god, the wiki. This is her new one? Okay, good, okay. So she does have the thing in her hair. I wish they would commit and give him the eyeshadow also, and maybe give her the jacket also, and I feel like that would have been better for the design. This is a first-party game, so Twitch is not allowed to get mad at me, but this is a TOS violation also. She looks fine from the front, but there is like 4 different TOS violations happening here. Apparently I'm fine. Apparently I'm allowed because it's a first-party game type thing, and I will be okay. Did give him eyeshadow at one point in the beta. Dang it! I want to see that. See, this is my thing. This is my thing with these designs, where my struggle here is, look, they've done something where they're incorporating similar elements that are handled similarly. Hair bow on her, he's kind of got the bow on the back of his hair, it appears. Like, we're kind of mimicking things, and like, you know, they both have the same sort of thing strapped to their belt area on the design. He doesn't really have any laced aspects for the design, but like, what I would want to see here is, I want her to wear the jacket, and I want him to have the eyeliner. Like, that would be what my wish for these characters would be. Giving him the eyeliner, I think, would give him a little bit more distance from the generic isekai protagonist thing that happens, because she doesn't really fall into that. She is not giving me that, because there's not an overwhelming common trope of feminine characters looking like that. And if she were to wear the jacket, I think that would also make her different from others. But this is another funny thing I'm noticing here, after having played Honkai Star Rail, is I love this kind of jacket on gacha male protagonists. He has the jacket that's rolled up partially up the way up the arm. Kayla's has the sleeve that's rolled partially up the arm. Also, what is the one in ZZZ called? I can't remember. I feel like also has jacket partially rolled up the arm. And HSR, putting them both in the same fit, I thought was the better handling. I thought that was a better way of doing it. Wise, yeah, doesn't Wise have that? So you have a type of jacket. I don't have that type of jacket. I think they have a type of jacket, that's the thing. Yes, Aether's the only outlier. Potentially could be, I could see that. But that's the kind of thing where, like, that would help, I guess, set her more in tandem with his design, because it looks like they had very different design philosophies for them. They said isekai male protagonist, and then they said assets. They said girly so that the lads will want to play. I think that is how it was. Billy something? Oh, Billy the Kid is not the player character, but he does have a jacket sort of like this also, I think. If I'm remembering. Yeah, justice for female Rover. And here's the thing. I don't mind us doing the thing with the assets. That's fine. But put the jacket on her. I don't think that would minimize the assets happening. But it does feel like they didn't handle these characters in the same way as each other, which bugs me maybe just a little bit, because they're not intending to be different characters. They're intending both to be the player character. Just give her the jacket. Just give her the jacket. It'd be so easy. Just give her the jacket. Come on, give her the jacket. It's fine. Because, like, they both even have, like, they've got, like, partial glove situation. They've got bandages on their arms. Or at least it looked like they both did. Yeah, they both have bandages on their arms. Like, it looks like they used similar tenets in designing them. And then we're like, for you, priority, shoulders out. To me, I wanted her to actually have a believable traveling outfit. Also, potentially also, yes. Not saying that this is not a functional outfit, but I hope she's wearing safety shorts. I appreciate that ZZZ made their characters wear safety shorts, because that's one of those, like, in-universe things that I'm like, yay, yippee, good, relax, it's fine. However, their shorts, not a skirt. Are they really? It looked like a skirt, but maybe they are shorts under there. It looks like a skirt to me, but it could be. If it is, I'd be happy to hear that. Look like two different people as opposed to versions of the same character. They look like siblings, which I'll give them that, which works. Cut at the sides, like a bikini. Is that what that is? Underneath? I just figured that was another layer, but it could be. I'd believe that, that'd be nice. But they are not siblings in the story. One exists or the other, and I guess you can swap between them. Low waistline shorts, okay. Hip slit shorts. I see. Okay, well that's good. See, I do appreciate that then. We've got our classic favorite VTuber trope that is also a classic favorite. Anything that has streetwear type designs or cyberpunk-esque designs is we love a thigh strap. We love a thigh strap in designs. I can't be mad about it, but if they put it on like 12 of their characters, then I might start getting a little bugged about it. Because when you don't connect this to something on the clothing, it becomes impractical and something that would fall off, unfortunately. If you have thick thighs, it's going to A, be potentially uncomfortable, or B, fall off. It's going to try and move to the part of the leg that is less thick, so therefore it's going to slide down to the knee on both of them. So it should have like a little attachment going up to hold it on for things working well. Carl likes bare backs, white hair, and twin tails, but also is known to put a lot of belts. I have seen that. I have seen a lot of white hair, and that brings me to the other thing that I have about these characters here. I will check live suggestions for the other image of Rover, but my other thought here, that is a cute image of her. My other thought here, though, is that with color palette, we can see it as an example in a lot of the promo art we're seeing for them, is that they're trying, they've kind of noticed that there is not a lot of color interest happening in these characters. So what they've done is in all of the art, if we looked at this one of her, or what was it? Oh, get rid of this one, because that's not accurate. That's all one character. They're adding a color through lighting because they're not getting enough color interest otherwise, which good that they're noticing that, and that is a good execution for these arts for whatever their purposes are. However, it does highlight the fact that not having another color in here does make us lack something. It's not the end of the world. You can have characters that are fully in grayscale, and that's fine. That is acceptable. That is okay. But when you start doing it 100 times, then it starts becoming less okay, because then they all become kind of samey to each other. And, you know, having a character that's meant to be a blank slate almost for you to self-insert, somebody who has amnesia, it's fine, it's fine. Nice slate gray happening and surrounding them in color is also okay. They're not supposed to be the most distracting, that's okay, but don't do it 100 times maybe in the same game. We'll get there. Remember them wearing more yellow than they do. Apparently this is all the more they have. And I will say, this is one of those cases where, you know, if we're talking focal point, he's really easy to do it with because he is looking forward frontally. Focal point. For the fact that everything is dark colored, his face is going to be focal. It is working. It does something, which is that by all of this being so dark, I'm not actually even bothered by the amount of detail that's on his design. Because if we zoom in, if we look, he's got like 2-3 belts on each boot. He's got a belt across the top of his foot. He's got some like tech, like almost paneling on his thighs. He has thigh belts. He has another object on his waist. He has belt with another belt over it. He has his jacket that has straps on it and has detailing on it and like lines and stuff. But I wouldn't call him over detailed because all of this, by being all more or less the same color, really makes those details kind of fall backwards in importance, where we're just really focusing on big shapes. And that is a compliment to this fella. I don't only have thoughts that are not pleasant about the Rovers. That's something that works well here for him. Therefore, by all of this being gray tone and all of this being dark, the lightest things happening on this model's design are the face, and that is the largest, lightest area, which, you know, pushes us to look at the face. Face is important, as I said. Yippee, good. And then also, this little pouch he has, which also there's a gold one, which makes me wonder always if there is an inherent thing that is important about these pouches to these characters in their lore. Because this is the only thing that has a different color. But then sadly, his eyes are gold if we zoom in real close and see. I guess both of theirs are. And the gold is not super strong. It really kind of vanishes at a distance. His eyes kind of dissolve into his hair for me at a distance because they're just, like, the eyelashes are just as dark as the hair is, and then the eyes themselves, the irises, don't have very much contrast against anything. So I'm not really seeing that. Wrapped injured hand is also lore important. You know, having a little bit of white on there may point us in that direction, but it's not super clear that that's what's happening, but holding that hand forward in the pose might be giving us a little bit more of that in a helpful way, potentially. Looks like a ghost, a little bit, mostly the image's fault. That's fair. It could be. These are just the official renders that they use. This is the official art, which is why I'm using them, because this is what they put forth of their character as, you know, when we put something forth as the character art for someone, as the splash art, or the, like, key art for a character, we're kind of saying, this is the way this character should be represented. This is the art that's going to tell us the most about this character. This is the art that's going to grab you, the viewer, and pull you in for this character. So when the key art, or art of that kind, is missing those aspects, I think my thoughts stand about that. Yeah. One official art of male Rover, Wuthering Waves, Deadline's Warriors. I've seen people simping over him. I've seen people into him in general, so that wouldn't surprise me. Sam, thank you for following. Which, as I said before, despite any misgivings I may have about character designs from this game, the game's doing fine. People are into them regardless. It will be that way, and it will be fine. Then, okay, really quickly, we're going to do a ladder for his design, because I am kind of handling them separately, because I think their point values that I would assign them for some of the categories are actually different, despite being so similar. We're gonna do a ladder test. If you aren't familiar with what a ladder test is, it is a test in the character designer's toolkit where we are determining if the space in a character's design has been broken up in an interesting manner. We're very vertical as human beings, and so we are going to draw a line everywhere there's an interesting horizontal division of space. We want them to be spaced out in a way that is uneven and has clusters near areas that should be focal. So his legs, because I'm doing this zoomed out, I'm only going to draw them where I can actually see the divisions from being so zoomed out. Which is that, you know, this belt, I'm not sure this belt is actually slanted, but I will put it slanted. Then we have these objects on this side of the body. There's another, like, top edge of that belt right there that I can see. He does have the bottom edge of his jacket, which might need to be a little bit lower. There's the stripe that kind of goes across his chest. There's the top of his shoulders, probably like the bottom of his chin and underside of where the top collar ends, and then his hairline, and then the top of his head. So what we have here, I saw some ladders. Thank you, Almantas. Hello. Heard interesting verticality. Thank you for ladders. You are vertical, that's true. What we have here is a very quintessential, what I would say, 3D gacha character male ladder. We talked about this when we looked at Genshin characters specifically, which is that for some reason, there's really nothing ever happening at the bottom, which, granted, you know, we do want there to be an upper half focus in designs. However, I feel like missed opportunity to some degree, and it kind of was what I was saying about how, you know, by there being so much darkness everywhere in the rest of the design, it's not distracting, but it's also not giving us anything interesting too. This is one of the reasons why we're probably looking at him and thinking he's kind of generic potentially. Is this very empty? However, it is a broken ladder, so we will take that. It is a very dangerous ladder, so we will use that. And there are thigh straps down here, but they're so dark. Maybe his in-game model they're not as dark on. I would hope maybe they aren't, but his key art, they're not distinct enough for me to draw a line for them, potentially. Yeah. I think his ladder looked roughly like that, yes. So he's definitely suffering from some things, but his ladder does show his focal points are working, so we'll take that. Oh, Arashi, thank you for following. Yeah, we got a follower goal. Yay! 3,900 shroommates. We grow. The mycelial network grows ever broader. Yay! Welcome in. So then, hang on. We're also going to draw a ladder for her, which actually is going to be kind of challenging because she's not facing the correct direction, and we didn't actually find a full body of her facing forward. This is one of those circumstances where, I don't know how this works in the game, where I would usually make a plea deal of, shroommates, please, shroommates, send me an in-game screenshot of her. Let me see if I can find one of her real quick. Oh, that's a funny window. I didn't realize I had that open still. That's interesting. Rover, Wuthering Waves, in-game. Whoops, puts a letter on the end of it. Nope, okay, not helpful actually. I can't actually see their full body in any of these images. Dang it! So I will just make a best guess. Why are there no renders of the front of her body? Why is that the case? Oh wait, this is the Gamescom one. Hang on. This is a render of her where we can see her full body. There we go. Just give me a little bit of the struggles I had with Byleth from Fire Emblem Three Houses. I don't know. Some other 3D models look better than the art. I will say, their 3D models are really good for this game. I actually dissected one of them, like months and months ago for their shader. You can see the front in game. Yeah, I have heard that. I don't have the game, however, so I do not have that power, unfortunately. But this should give me an accurate enough way to look at the ladder design of her. Go like this. And she's actually standing in a pose that makes it pretty easy. She has a little bit more division, which is good. Car Hacks, thank you for following too. Posted an in-game in your Discord. Sick, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. So hang on, we've got bottom end of that belt, top edge of this, which is having the same lines as that. We've got that there. The arms are doing something. Oh, the underbust. This is all not really providing anything horizontal. Chin, eyeline, top of head. So this has clustering. This is clustering. However, it doesn't have... It's not giving us as much focal point around the face, and it's not giving me as much asymmetry as his did, unfortunately. It's not bad, but it's not fantastic. Posted a ref compilation somebody made on Twitter and live suggestions. Thank you, Shroommates. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Okay. Whoops. Don't save that image. I just want to copy it, actually. There we go. Their shader they use in game, I believe they use, it is normals. They do have custom normals on everything, as do every character in every 3D gacha game you'll look at. They all have custom normals. But what I think they also have is a shade map, which is a funny little thing that tells the game. It's similar to a normal map. It's not quite the same, but it tells things about temperature also for shading. It's nice, it's nice. But yeah, I think if I were to draw the the ladder on this, I think we'd get the same result, which is dangerous ladder. Not a lot of clusters still. Big, big, big giant area with nothing, which is part of the reason when, you know, other big areas that don't really have anything contributing, which is part of the reason why we're thinking the character's not super interesting. But honestly, for what it's worth, I like her design better than I like his. As much as hers isn't practical, there's a color temperature thing happening in her design that I'm not sure is happening on his, where seems to have more distribution of that gray-blue tone, which is interesting. And maybe his endgame has it in a more interesting way, but her hair having that inner color, I feel like is doing something for her to make it more interesting, and the cuts of her clothing are more interesting for me. So kind of a hard call here to make, because I think both of them are suffering in some ways. Neither of them is perfect, but they're both suffering a little bit. Does a showing of skin also contribute? Not in my heart. Vain envy you, thank you for following. Showing more skin leading to more contrast in the body. Hang on, so that is one last thing I did want to say about her, which is for focal point. What is her focal point? Shroommates? Look at her full body. Just only look at her full body. What is her focal point? Because for me, she doesn't have a focal point that functions the way Rover's does. She doesn't. It may just be the rendering, but I think the lighting is just as bright here. It's her thigh. It's her thigh. It's her thighs. Because the reason why for him his focal point works is because his face, his skin that is showing, is the largest area of light colors in a design that is fully dark. For her, it's her thigh. And it's still her thigh. Even from the side, it's still that. And I'm sure some of us think that's an amazing, fantastic, wonderful focal point. And I know that games tend to do this on purpose. I know they do this on purpose. But it's a cop-out. Come on! You could still make her face focal. You could still make her face focal and keep the thigh the way it is. You can do it. You could do it. It's possible, I promise. If you gave them a more interesting, high contrast eye color, for example, that would do it. If you gave them a hair accessory that is brighter, that might also do it and is bigger. That could also be a factor that could do it. But I know they gotta make their money somehow, but there was a way. There was a way to have done both. And they did not. That's just sad. What do you mean her thighs are more important than her face? Visually, in the visual hierarchy that we are presented with in the character design, her thighs are more important, is what happens. They mentioned that Rover's eyes look like a cat's eye. clear. Maybe slightly? I don't know. She's got 2,000, oh, that's a big number. 2, 3, 2, 1, 5, 6, Y. That's my favorite number. Focal points, which leads my eye to wear boots because it's all one color and I have to go, how do you walk in that? Honestly, hang on, wait. Honestly, one of the things that I did like about her design, oh, hello, we'll get that in a second. Hi, Raiders, true mates, you know the drill, rotate at them. Hi there, I'm Squiiji, I'm a freelance artist fun guy, I'm also an art educator, and I'm holding a cookie right now, so sweet eating a snack. But we are looking at the character designs in Wuthering Waves, otherwise known as Woowa, and I am taking maybe just a little psychic damage. Not a ton, but we're talking through the main character right now. Hi! Wow! Hello! Welcome in! How was stream? What were you guys up to? Were you doing, they were last streaming Elden Ring. Oh man. You're a real gamer streaming Elden Ring. I don't think I could focus on both of those things at the same time. Also, thank you mods for getting the shout out. Played Elden Ring for the first time. Never played a Souls before? Whoa. How was it? Oh my gosh. It's so hard. Oh, I totally interjected chat. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all one bit. I have played some Elden Ring on my own time. And even at like full maximum concentration when I'm not also trying to be funny and trying to exist the way people can watch me, it's so hard. It's so hard. I had crowd control enabled and they kept dropping balls on me. Oh, hey, I know what that's like. I know what that feeling is like to have balls occur to you. I'm familiar with that. It is suffering a little bit. I'm so sorry for you. But I hope it was fun nonetheless. I love your model, thank you. They've teleported me to the center of the screen and also made me chibi. I don't normally look quite like this, but right now I think Eldritch EG is on cooldown. See, this is what I'm talking about. Balls, that's what I'm talking about. Spin be upon ye. So is the life of a shroom. It was a blast. Yay! Wow! I'm glad. Farrell, if I'm not mistaken, you are also an artist, are you not? I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I believe you are. I believe the whisperings somewhere out in the void have told me this about you. I am doing my, okay, good. I wanted to say that, but I didn't want to be wrong. I get confused often. Yes, you are an artist. Farrell is an artist. Would you like to? I make people pay art tax sometimes. If you would like to. You would like to, of course. If you would be interested in showing the kind of art that you do or the kind of art that you work on, you are welcome to send me a link to it. We love to snoop. We are a little bit nosy. We don't like provide critique or anything on it. We're not scary. We're not evil. We just like to have a yummy little art snack while we're working on things sometimes. So if you would like, you can. And even if Moobot doesn't like your link, I can get it. Yep, Moobot didn't like it, but I got it. Fear not, I have the link. It has been yoinked. Yay! Art snack! Would it be more of an art donation than art tax since it's only if you want? Well, it's more funny if I call it art tax, I feel like. You've got to pay your tithes in the shroom state. Payment. Ooh, hang on, wait. Can I show this in the screen layout with and have it be kind to me and let me do it? No, I can't. Hang on, wait. If I go here, however, we can do it, because it is a video. Hang on. I'll put it here, and then I can go into the other room, and we can open the video and look at it. Yippee! Hang on. Art tax does roll off the tongue more easily, but hang on. Look at this sick model!
Hi, my name is Faye, and I want to be your mom.
You want to be my mom? What?
Completely.
I don't know if you guys could hear it.
Thing to say if you're
look how cute though.
Who's looking to have
Yay!
children.
We're not scared at all. No, we aren't.
I'm looking to make some models.
You are looking to make some models. Yes, mom. You can hear? There you go.
2 months. I'd like to use what I learned to help you come to life.
Twitch!
Here's
don't look Twitch!
For VTubers, often our models
super don't look Twitch!
but an extension
Don't worry, I have it covered, it's okay.
I will
but
do
look how cool!
that I will do
I've seen your model before. Well, the ears are pretty, right? They're so sparkly! Yeah! Can hear it, model's expressive, right? Isn't it fun? It's good!
I've been a full-time content creator
yeah,
for many
demon!
years now, and my
Look at that!
won't end when your art is finished.
It's fun!
I want to see my model baby
Floating
thrive,
Vesper Bell,
so do my
yeah!
best to support you in
Little
any way I
floaty,
can.
little drippy
Connecting with
eyeball.
artists, helping
You're
set
so
up
cool!
ODS, and offer advice should you ask for it.
Thank you
I
for
also
sharing your
have a
art
moving
tax.
artist that I work
Oh,
very closely
there we
with.
go. I
And
can
if you order a
remove that
model
from
for
there.
both of us,
Pink Eye's adorable, also
you make it
yes.
and her rig it,
Yeah.
you'll get a
Casperman
discount.
makes a pentagram, yes, also yeah. Thank you for joining my model, of course, thank you for sharing it with us. I will
You can check me out at...
pause you doing the speaking there. But thank you for sharing your art with us. We loved Snoop. The colors are pretty. I love a good pink. This is like one of those like top 10 pink colors. I know there's always a debate on Twitter about what is the real pink lover. I like this pink. This is a good pink. But thank you for sharing not just your art with us, but also your fellows with us. And also thank you for stopping by. Let me put us back in the this room. Yeah, there's also a little creature in the horns. Also, the I don't know if you guys saw up there that the YouTube fellas were also rotating for you, doing funny little like recycling emotes. But thank you for stopping by. If you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snork me meing, go for it. Take care of yourselves, please. If you want to stick around, I do appreciate it. Apparently, I will fight you up, beat you up about it. Also, I do have my boxing gloves on right now, but I will beat you up if you don't take care of yourselves. Hee smiles. If you want to stick around, I appreciate it. But please prioritize taking care of yourselves. Pretty please. Really have to be digital art? I'm very rusty. What do you mean? Might take a nap while working? Go for it. Get your snork me's. Enjoy. So back in the woo-wah world. I was gonna talk about the practicality of the shoes, which is to say, I was pleasantly surprised because usually when I'm looking at character designs of female characters in gacha games, they have them in like the most impractical stiletto heels ever for what it is they're doing. These heels are not impractical. These are heels that I could confidently run in. So I'm believing it. I will give her that. I will give her this thing. I will give her this one thing. Could run in those heels. I'll give her that, because it is a chunky heel. Yeah, they're more solid than we usually see. Ooh, hiccup. They're more solid than we usually see. It's more of a block on the heel than we usually see also. So it works for me. I'm not as concerned with it. Yes, doubt EG's heel running skills? Don't doubt it. Despite the fact that I am not the kind of fellow who usually wears heels, I can run in them quite well. Oh, hydrate you say? I will take a sip out of my still pleasantly warm hot chocolate. My hot chocolate is still so warm. My lovely mug, warmer. Yay! Jarl of Norway, thank you for following. That's a crazy status to have. Also, okay, there we go. Yeah, we're good. We're caught up. So cute. Thanks. Oh, I'm living now. I didn't know what living was until now, where I can keep my beverages warm. This is fantastic. So, for this design, what did I not talk about? Let me close all of the things that are not the main references for the Rovers. Close all of these. Wham, goodbye. Wham, goodbye. Wah, farewell. Adieu, farewell. Your model looks like it's trying to hide its drink. This is my drink. You can't see it. You can't look at my drink. It's not allowed. It's just for me. Hot chalky for me only. I'm not sharing today. Can agree with that type of heel. I used to dance ballroom in Latin. I couldn't walk in the tall skinny heels, and getting shorter chunky heels was a nightmare according to my mom. Really? Interesting. Heels are harder when you're tall. I'd imagine potentially. Maybe, but I've run in boots of a comparable heel size before and not had a terribly difficult time. But let's do a little rubric for male Rover, for masculine Rover design. Color palette. I understand why the decisions were made for the color palette potentially slightly in some ways, shapes, and forms. I understand. At the same time, I'm bored. He feels a bit generic. It's making him feel isekai protagonist in not a beneficial sense. So I'd go here. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh. Oh, Carbon GM, thank you for following. You followed, and for some reason my computer forgot how to select things. There we go. So I'd give that. For silhouette, once again, kind of generic isekai protagonist. I'll give him the fact that he has the two, like, long braids in the back. I'll give him that. But the silhouette of the character design itself, not taking into account pose, kind of mid, not gonna lie. Actually, I could even grade it lower than I would if he didn't have the two things in the back. And actually, maybe I should. You know? I'm not gonna be kind about it. I'm actually gonna knock it down even further a half point because I know that there are character designs in this game that do silhouette way better. For complexity versus clarity, I would give him almost full points for this. His eyes are getting a little bit lost. But honestly, it's working mostly well. For him, his focal points are A-okay. His focal points are actually great. I'm not having any concerns with his focal points. For concept and motifs, we didn't really get too deep into what his story was, but hearing that he is amnesia, he may have amnesia, he is an ancient being who has come back, he is a little bit like deadpan and a little bit quieter, maybe was what I was getting. I think I'm getting those things from the way he looks also, so that does work for me, at least. I'm not too concerned with it. That is all right. Do I wish there was more to him? Also, yes. But, you know, for what I know about his character design, or like the intentions with his design, I'll take it, and it is okay. Is Limbus the only Korean gacha where no one wears heels? I don't know, we haven't actually really looked at that game before. Not sure, not understanding all of that from his visuals. Yeah, I'm understanding many things from visuals, but just not all of them, unfortunately. When in doubt, have ponytails. You will find that is a useful thing to do that this game does often, for silhouette reasons. So for concept motifs, I actually don't have points to take off. But what do we have here to start? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? Which, you know, as far as character design goes, that's a perfectly passing grade in the mid sense. For him. That is a perfectly mid-grade in the passing sense for him. We'll take it. Also, I was supposed to do a gamba. Would you like to gamba and determine what you think the average grade will be? What do you think the average grade will be for them? I'll put up a prediction. And then at the end, we'll calculate what it is. Yes, gamba time. So, what do you think the average grade will be? I gotta rescale my window to do it. YouTube, I'll give you guys a poll where you guys can vote on what you think it is. What will the average grade be? And our outcome options will be, I don't think we're gonna get lower, like 6, 7, 8, not 9, because I don't think we get an average of 10. I think that would be impossible. So we'll do 6, 7, 8, 9, and it'll be whatever's closest, and you guys have the next 10 minutes to guess. Can't feed my gambling addiction on YouTube, dang it. Nope, YouTube does not have interaction things of that sense, unfortunately. We round up or down. We will probably round to whichever direction rounding gets us closer to a whole number. In that sense. So here, let me do the poll on YouTube's end. What will the average grade be? Question mark. And we will have 6, 7, 8, 9. Start. There you go. So normal rounding stuff, yes. We're not necessarily rounding up or down, we're just going to whatever the closest whole number is. And that should be good. So get your votes in now for what you think it will be. So Rover, if this gives us any basis, has started out at a 7. Perfectly middle of the road, 7. Yes. So, wasted 510 spores on this, better be 7. Oh, well, you will find out. 5 to 6, there's probably more misses than hits. Ooh, you think so? Okay, interesting. We'll find out. I actually don't think we've had an average lower than 6. So I don't, even Genshin had an average of 6. And I say that, I don't hate Genshin, but Genshin had some 3s. So I don't think it could possibly be lower than 6. Is 7 a C? In the sense of character design, not for VTubers, yes, I would call it a C. Yes. Oh, so 6 to 7? Yeah, 6 to 7 is reasonable. 6 is like the low end. Usually, characters that have designs that are that low don't make it into games. And games that have character designs that are lower than a 6 as an average probably aren't performing well as games, unfortunately. But okay, let's look at the feminine Rover. Let's look at Girly Pop Rover. Why is my brush so tiny? Girly Pop Rover. I would say her focal point right off the bat, not focal pointing. It exists the same way his does. However, it's being outcompeted. Complexity versus clarity, similar feeling as I had to him. For silhouette, hers is a little better than his is, so I put it right here middle of the road. Concept motifs, I have a feeling they are the same character. Are they not? Are they the same character in terms of personality traits? Is a question that I have that I'm presenting to you. For 1x characters, betting 7 will be an average, from 2x onwards will be better. You may be right in that guess. You actually, there may be, yes, I think you actually are going to be completely correct in that guess, actually. I think you made a really good, accurate guess. The same, I guess they're the same. Okay, yes, yep, yes, okay. So, for her, they're doing that thing, as we were saying, the thing that they've done in Fire Emblem many a time, which is character that is a little bit more, maybe keeps to themselves, and I can see, like, even looking at her poses in the game, she seems like somebody who'd be soft-spoken and maybe a little demure and stuff like that. Her outfit is not reflecting that, and her outfit is not practical for the role she plays in the story, other than maybe her boots being kind of practical. So I would not give her full points for her concept, unfortunately. Also, what grade did I give him for his colors? Okay, that's what I thought. Because her colors are exactly the same. Honestly, actually though, her colors are maybe a hair better, because the inside of her hair being a different color provides more interest around her face, so I'll take that. Soft-spoken but determined, that's fine. I'm having more visual disconnect between her personality traits and the way that she's presenting herself, though. So I would probably put her, like, that, maybe. So she is a lot more in the same area than he was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So she's a full point lower than he is for me. Is that right? Did I count this right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So I've got her as a full point lower than him, which I think is fair. Do I like her design better? If we're talking about liking. Yes. But is she, I think, as successful in what the aim is as he is? No. So that is why I would do it. They're not actually shy. They sometimes flirt or just speak their mind. Well, that's good. Okay. That does work. Doesn't like sacrificing people otherwise not get worth getting it. There you go. Okay. I could see that. Especially she's just a point under. I mean, she makes up for some of the things that he is lacking in interest, but at the same time, some of the things she has aren't working quite well. If we're gonna say that my assertion about their personalities is not accurate, I could give her a half point back for that and make her be 6.5 out of 10, which I think would also be an okay rating. I think that would also be fine. Maybe I will, for the sake of accuracy to maybe what she's actually like. Maybe she is a little more flirty than I'm giving her credit for with the way she looks. I would say she's not really inherently giving a ton of that in her visual design either. That's okay. There we go. Lurkies and pickup line. Are you a taser because you're stunning me with your beauty? I appreciate it. I know you're not somebody who's using a pickup line on me. You're just using it as a joke. I appreciate it. Enjoy your lurks. For equality, they should give the guy booty shorts. See, I want equality between the two of their designs. I don't know if booty shorts is the path I want, but as we did for Honkai Star Rail, just for funny silly, I will give him... Hang on, that's not booty shorts. I'll crop his shorts. Just like we did. Who was that I did that to? Who did I crop the shorts on? Was that Daniel that I gave shorts? Ah, girl. Okay. Wait, hang on. Real quick. Nope, that didn't work. Did I not close my edges all the way? What happened there? Go to current layer. Hello? Oh, wait, I didn't. That's why. Hang on, wait. I'm a pro. I know how to use drawing programs. Yippee! Okay, there we go. We're giving him shorts. Yeah, Dan Hung. I think we gave booty shorts. There we go. We're gonna make Rover slay. There we go. Got it. Okay, and then this. Hang on. I'm trying to leave like a little bit of the edge so it's like there's like line art. There we go. This is a very professional character design analysis, I promise. I know what I'm talking about. There we go. Better. Oh my god, that's crazy, actually. That's actually wild. And the perspective is also not right. That's crazy. Make me feel better by removing a shirt as well. Jacket only. I'm not falling for that. I'm not falling for that. I will, however, give him... equality. I will give him her window. She's got like this window. I'll give you that. Okay? This is called compromise. And then I'm giving her a jacket. All things have to remain in balance. She gets a jacket. Hang on, I might have to make it really fully the darkest color we can. These are not a part of my critique, by the way. This is just me being goofy. It's fine. I'm allowed to do silliness. I am permitted. And then this color for the trim of her sleeve. There we go. That's called equality, and I also want him to have her red eyeliner, which I can't even see in this image. She doesn't even have it in this drawing, I don't think. Give me red eyeliner, please. On both of them. Weep, weep, weep. And then, if this was in here, maybe I'd be able to see the eye more clearly. I'm just back to character design talking there. Red eyeliner, which looks really crazy up close, but it works better from a distance. And then, weep, 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 weep. There. Fantastic, 10 out of 10. I feel like this is focusing even more on her thigh now. No, it definitely is, unfortunately. Because her thigh is still more area that is bright than her face is, even though we've done that. The focus was more all over the place before, but that's fine. Man gets shorts in a window, lady gets jacket. This is called equality, I promise. Moving on. Moving on past that. I believe my next target was, Jinhsi? I'm not sure I'm saying her name properly. Hey, I needed my hair for tasks. Hey. J-I-N... Am I butchering her name? I probably am, if I had to guess. Oh wait, no, it's Jin... I'm completely reading her name wrong. How is her name spelled? I see it two different ways. Where is the S in her name? Why is it in multiple places? Baddie. Fair. Hang on, can I have this? Thank you. There we go. She has a frontal design. Wow! Thank you, yeah, that's good enough? Okay. Girly! She is much more interesting in her silhouette than most characters in other gacha games are. Her color palette, still lacking a little bit, but I like the white and green. Dragon girl. So, if I had to look at her and determine what her character design is about, funny enough, I was getting snake from her design a little bit. Got an alternate concept. Ooh, I have not seen that. I, from looking at her design, was getting a little bit of snake via the colors, via some of this texturing where you've got this sort of pleated pattern that almost feels like scales. She does have this that is actually scaled, and then for some reason, to me, these things were reading as like a snake, like a forked tongue almost, where I was getting quiet hints at reptile within it, yes. Oh, for Spookable, thank you for donating. I appreciate it. That did launch our timer back up a little bit. I figured out what's going on with the timer, and said we did decide that the only things that still counted for the timer for the donathon were direct donations, and that is why the timer wasn't always doing things. That is what was happening there. So see, it did work, it did change, and maybe it won't end today now. Unclear. Chinese dragons do have snake-like tongues. Yes, they do, as I've heard. And, you know, we're getting sort of like serpentine things. The color palette also makes me feel that way. This thing she has on her sleeve, there's a specific name for it that I cannot think of, but it is almost reminiscent of scales also for the design. She is a character where I'm willing to accept a, you know, that classic plush jacket texture. Similarly, because it also feels somewhat like an element that has to do with scales. I could see it. If you want to be specific, it's a loom. Chinese dragon, yeah, yes, it is. Chinese dragons are a little more serpentine, yes. Hated her so badly, to be honest, and I don't like her design at all. Really? Okay, so here's my thoughts on her design, which is that, for me, she definitely excels when it comes to silhouette a lot more than other characters I've seen in gacha games. And you could say, oh, e.g., it's just the pose here, but I've seen in-game images of her, and her hair actually does a lot for her in her silhouette. Especially her big loops, her bows, her earrings, which because of her pigtails, we can see them in her silhouette, and her, like, little ornaments that are on her hair. They're really good. It works. The hair is adorable. It is a specific, yeah, I agree. The hair is very well designed in silhouette, and it's one of those things where I say this a lot about VTuber designs. She has crazy long hair, but she has it in a way where it's supportive of her design. It's not getting in the way, and it's interesting. It provides a lot of interest to her for me, which is nice. She flies and floats a lot, so you get some good movement. That is what I want. That's what I want to see in designs. That is what I like. That's what I like. And this character design, for me at least, fits very within the sort of realm of designs that are very common in Eastern style design for characters, which is the all very pale, all very ethereal type designs. a lot of these designs, unfortunately, can kind of fall into a boat where, like, you get details that are obscured that we do need to not be obscured. You end up with clarity issues as a result of low contrast. She has a little bit of this, but, like, only in her face, honestly, do I have that as a problem. Because, for me, the difference between her skin tone, you'll notice, her shading makes it work quite well, because do you see how dark of a color the shading is for her skin? And even, like, the mid-tone for her skin, compared to a pure white, which is what her hair almost is, that's plenty enough contrast to work. And it does work, for the most part, for me. The only place it doesn't work is that, for some reason, you know, they're not scared of giving her really heavy shadows in parts of her body. Like, they got it in your armpit, they have it on her arm and her hand. It's showing depth, which is good, we like that. It's giving us good clarity, it's good, we like that. They just don't have it for her bangs for some reason, which for me is the one area where I need it the most, honestly. So I'm going to put it in, because I need to be able to see that line between her hair and her face better, because that's one of those things where, because we're lacking that contrast, it makes her face work less well as a focal point, unfortunately. This is probably stronger than I would have it. I'd probably make it the mid-tone color. But by doing this, we're gonna set her hair apart from her face a little bit better. And, you know, you could detail it in a little bit better and give it sort of like, you know, little notches where we can see each individual piece of hair. But it's something that could be very simple and give her a little bit more separation in her face. Do you see how subtle that is? Or alternatively, we could go for a multiply layer here and give her just stronger hair shadows on that bottom edge down here, which she has a little bit of, but just like a little more. I'll lighten them, bear with me if you're not. They won't stay like this. And I will leave them in sort of a strong cell shaded manner here, because that is the way that the shader is working, I believe. There we go. So like that. That would also, do you see how that sets her bangs apart from her face much more clearly? Yes. And she's mostly covered. We don't, that's the kind of thing where we can celebrate it because it's uncommon, but we don't have to. There's nothing wrong with revealing designs, but it does work that way. So in game, her skin tone is actually not as pale. Really? So is she more pale in, oh wait, you're right, hang on. As I look at her in-game model, she is significantly less pale in game too, which honestly, yippee, look at that. That makes her eyes stand out more too, look at that. I'm happy about this. I'm actually quite happy about that. Cannoli Cato, thank you for following. Yeah, I'm happy about this. Also, the in-game renders from this game are always so good. The shader is so well done. I don't know if this is pre-animated cutscenes or what, but like what I was saying, even in-game, the silhouette that her pigtails are giving with the bow and with these ornaments on them and with her earrings, mwah, chef's kiss. I'm not wearing my hat anymore, but mwah, chef's kiss. Which this is such a strange thing where usually when we look at these games, usually for Genshin or for Honkai Star Rail or ZZZ, the key art was usually much better than the in-game model. For this game, they're not skimping out. Their in-game models are comparable to, if not in some ways actually even better than the concept art. Can you believe it? I'm so happy. A lot of cutscenes are in engine actually. I love it. We love to see it. We love to see it. I'm so relieved. I'm so relieved. So those are the things that for me with her design, I think work quite well. I did see some people saying that they wish that she had green eyes. And from focal point stance, I could see that. I could see wishing for green eyes as being a warranted want. But I think that that would be not what the intent of her design is. They're kind of going for like a very airy, ethereal look for her. And yeah, maybe we could undertone tint them just a little bit and leave them really pastel. And that does really draw us into the face. However, even if I turn these way down, I feel like there's still a pretty decided difference between how icy and cold pure white eyes can be sometimes. Especially, I don't mind her eye color so much with her in-game skin tone. But I feel like, you know, this is a slightly different vibe. I'm not sure. Something I could go either way on for her. Do the light green. Could do light green. This is the green that I picked, which is this one. Let me try. Let's see if I turn that up a little more. Like, maybe that's better for it. I don't know if I need that. It could be nice. This is a little more mint. It could be a little more, like, like that color maybe? It could work, but I don't incredibly mind it the way that it was. Make it multicolored like how you would do hazel, you could. It could also be that it's not all white either. It's all white. Don't worry, it's all white. And it could just be that like the darker parts of her eyes are more green. Or like part of her eyes are more green. They don't have to be fully green. And then like maybe I could turn it up even further. Where they're still fully light on some parts. Like that maybe? Yeah. What I miss? Woo-wah! We looked at Rover. Now we're looking at this lovely dragon lady here. Yes. She's the light element. Green is wind-coated. So, she's the light element. I don't think I would have thought she was wind by looking at her design. I would say that light works for her and does make sense. In-game lighting also affects her hair color a lot, so at night it's very blue. Yeah, I was seeing that in here a little bit. It's not super blue in this dark lighting, but that's because it's a warm light. But honestly, it's pretty interesting. I enjoy her color palette more than the other one, more than the Rovers. I think on the thumbnail I have her as meh, but that's because we were only looking at this part of her design. I think I was looking at the back of her design because that was the other part for me, I think, was that the front of her design was really interesting for me, but I didn't think the back was as interesting. It's just an open back if I put it in here for you to see it. You see the back? It's okay. It's not bad. It's a fully open back on it, which isn't bad, but I feel like it could have been maybe a little more interesting. Light elements in many games tend to be yellow. But see, that's just a convention because it's happened so many times that way. Using white as the color to mean light, I don't think is unheard of. White is the color that when all light combines is formed, potentially. Classy open back. Now, what's the difference between a classy and a not classy open back? And I will say, for her, the open back I think is intentional because she has the mark thing on her back that I forget what's called. It's not a tassel, it's something like that. Which is why. That's one of those things where like there is an in-universe reason why she has that, but they could have put her mark anywhere and then done whatever they wanted with it. They're just using that as a reason to say, well, we need to make the back of her clothing open so we can see the mark. The mark could have been put anywhere. They knew what they were doing. Tacit mark. Yeah, sorry, not a tassel mark. Yeah, but I would say it is classy. Lower back tattoo is the difference between classy open back and not, I see. Open back matches the design of the garment. It's not there just to be sexy. That's true. It does match the design of her outfit. It does match the design of her collar also. So I can see how it makes sense for the design. Her sleeves make sense. It works for me. It's working for me. Overwhelmingly, it's working for me. White's often associated with holy. That's true too. Light also tends to have like, you know, we associate light commonly, like if we're doing word association, usually with like positive and like airy and ethereal and light and hopeful and positivity and things like that. Maybe. In game and in lore, she's connected to Ju, or is that you? Who is a spectral element but controls time while shooting laser beams. Whoa, interesting. Yeah, tacit marks are usually an excuse for visible thighs and stuff. Yep. That's what they tend to do. We can't use in-universe reasons to explain showing skin. That's like trying to make the case for quiet in Metal Gear. They could have just not written that to be a point. They wanted to show her skin. Like, that's how it goes. It's okay. She's like the Hope Princess leader of her area, continent, sort of. I could see that. I could see her working as sort of that kind of awe-inspiring, like, I didn't really make a guess as to her role in the story, but my guess for her, which was related to, I think, my experiences with Fire Emblem, perhaps, was that sort of the, like, dancer or, like, high priestess type sense for her. Not that there's a ton of things that would be pointing me inherently in that direction, but I could see her being somebody who has that sort of, like, leadership position, or somebody who is inspiring people in a similar way. Her pose is giving me some of that, but also, you know, she's relatively covered up. She feels kind of important in, like, the way she is standing. High Priestess is close enough. Seems close. She's a High Priestess pretty much. I see. So, the fact that those are guessable things about this character, yippee! Good! More mare, but close. Fighting looks like dancing, too. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that as guesses. The fact that I'm kind of close, I would say means that it is working in some way. Yes. Beeb, thank you for following. So, overwhelmingly for the most part, she is working for me. let me do a little ladder for her. Do a little ladder, because most of the concerns I had for her were just her color palette is better than some of the others. It's not as good as some. And I think I've heard that she is quite popular. Or at least I heard at some point that she was quite popular. She is one of the characters that I'd never seen before attempting to do the research for this video. But then I realized that I had never actually seen a female character from this game before, ever, in my experiences of knowing things about this game. I found out that the only characters I'd seen from this game prior to me doing the research was I had seen Rover, and I had seen the fellow with the long, the green-haired lad who is people compared to Sephiroth, I think, at some point. And also, even though he looks nothing like Sephiroth, and the guy whose name is Scar, whose onigiri they removed. That's it. That's all the characters I'd heard about. That's all I knew. It was those three. I saw a YouTube video of yours the other day, so excited to see you on Twitch. Hi! Well, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Rip Onigiri. No, it's another guy. No, there's two separate guys. Green hair guy. You met Jiyan, maybe? Onigiri-man is a different guy. That's the guy who wears red and has white hair. And should theoretically, based on that combination of red and light-colored spiky hair, should be my favorite character. If we've learned anything about me, maybe. It's crazy the game is 80% female and you've only seen the males. Probably because if we were to think about the people that I follow on platforms, it's probably mostly the girlies who are probably into the male designs. Maybe. No, Jiyan and Sephiroth guy? Oh, never mind. Whoops! Sorry! I'm getting them confused. So maybe it turns out I've seen 4 male characters and never saw a female character from this game. Which would be funny if that was the case. So hang on. Top of boots, bottom of that thingy. You've got these kind of things that are coming off the sides of your clothing. There's the bottom of her belt, or her like waist tied part, which I can't see super clearly. Top of that, top of shoulders, chin and loops, hairline, little hair accessories on the top of her head. So then if I get rid of her, bye-bye, nice knowing you. Whoops, your hair's still here. But we can kind of see close enough. A ladder for the ladder design. Question mark. So here's the thing, it's not a safe ladder, but if you notice, just about every line I've drawn up here is almost the same distance apart. These lines are all the same width as this is, as this is, as this is, as these are. There's a lot of repetition in space, which is one of the things that when I looked at her design, I kind of innately was like, not climbable, definitely dangerous, but for some reason kind of samey in the detail layout. Her detail, once again, as with all of them, is all up here, but then there's no specific smaller clustering of it for focal point, unfortunately. Which leads me to my next thought for her, which I think is her downfall, unfortunately. What is, Shermates, the focal point here? Tell me, please lend me your thoughts. What would you have to say is the focal point here? Maybe. What would you say? What would you say? Repetition helps the design to not feel too busy, sort of. I mean, it can. Having repetition, having a lot of those things does make them fall back in terms of importance, but we kind of need that detail clustering to give us something that's important, because otherwise, there is a focal point happening, and for me, at least, it's the chest. It's specifically this window right here, because all of the darkness on this design are all clustered right around the chest, and then right at the dead center of it, we've got this pop of brightness here. Is this going to be a trend? Is every female character I look at in this series going to have that? Is this called foreshadowing? Maybe. It could be. I just looked at the thighs first, to be honest. Don't know why. I mean, could be. Do you not remember? Yes, no, mixed results. We will find out. We will get there. Maybe. Unclear. Because here's the thing for me. For focal point for her, honestly, I feel like they could have just made the parts of her design that are black less. They didn't have to be so dark. Or alternatively, if they would have put more black throughout the design, we wouldn't have this trouble. Where like if her accessories on her ponytails were dark, if they were black instead of being like, if we treated them like they're like a black metal, like her object, I actually don't have any idea what this is. If these were made of the same material, because I actually don't have a guess as to what that material's or what that object is or what it's made of. I go like this, and make these dark, and then if we were to maybe make something else that's higher up on her design dark, it would take some of the focal away from that. And then there's another opportunity where I might be inclined to say, oh, place a sheer, like if I were to go, just place like a sheer thing here. Don't worry, I'm not taking it away from you. You can still have it. It can be very sheer, maybe. But just push that back just a bit, so that way all of these dark elements are now framing her face, right? We can still have the assets visible and important. But do you see how now between doing these two things, we've kind of done almost a triangle around the face of dark elements where dark thing, dark thing, dark thing. It's kind of going to push us to look at the center of them. Triangulation. So this would be my art director comment here, maybe. Bit too dark, doesn't fit her. I mean, they don't have to be as dark. They don't have to be too dark. I think there is a delicate balance here between too dark and too light, because alternatively, we could also just make the chest part of it a little bit lighter, too, if we're trying to keep with super ethereal and all of that stuff, but I think the face could be more important. Still more focused on the greens. That is also fair. You could be more focused on the greens. I feel like if the green was swapped with the blue, I feel like we might lose some of the ethereality that we're having around her face, unfortunately, but that could be a way to bring the focus more up the body, potentially. Right, and she has a lot of black outline on her dress. Does she? I feel like it's still quite the focal point, though. It is, but not as much, I would say. We could exaggerate the hair ties, which could draw us up and closer to her face, but I think one of the things we have to talk about with this series is that a lot of the designs for clothing, to me, feel more grounded than wanting to make something super big. Like, I feel like if I made these accessories bigger, I feel like the exaggeration wouldn't make sense for her as a character. We're kind of trying to go for things that are more delicate, I think, in her design. And I don't think that would work if we super exaggerated. I know usually I'm the champion of exaggeration, but this is one of those rare EG cases where I'm going to say I think it's okay for the sake of what this game is trying to do and be. Zuloe, thank you for following. Gold is pretty important for her design because it matches the dragon. That's fair, but she still has a bunch of other gold in the design. I only took away a little tiny bit of it. Not a ton, just a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. There could be some other ways we could play around with this to make it work better. But my point here is just, because we didn't really fix it on Rover either. The point here is that face not focal pointing, unfortunately. Not great. And alternatively, things that are important to her as a character, I'm not sure are focal pointing either. All the things that were telling me about her and about her role in the story and telling me, you know, pointing me in the direction of dragon and that kind of stuff are kind of secondary details. So I'm not sure. Light is yellow and dark is magenta in this game. Dark parts in her hair looks a bit off, to be honest. Do they look off, or do they just look off because you're used to her the other way? Because I would say, for me, who hasn't seen all that much of her, this change is not very substantial at all. I don't know. Has golden horns in the game? I actually have not seen that. Does she? I looked up screenshots of her, and I looked up a bunch of them to try and be familiar with her, but I don't see them anywhere. But that might be kind of nice if she does. I could see them. Take what you say with a grain of salt, because I remember when you took away the pocket watch from our VTuber design and made it blander. That's fair. You're allowed to do what you want. All of the things I have to say are just my thoughts. Fortunately or unfortunately, I am not the end-all be-all here when it comes to character design. Does that part match the hair thingies before? Oh, if it matches another character's accessories or something another character has, I could see that as being a case. But if it still matches in shape, it's okay if they're a different color. Me and my bestie will buy things that are in different metal colors too. And that is still matching. But it's fine, it's fine. I digress. We will grade. Dragon tail in her dress, though. I did see the dragon tail also, yes. I do see that there's a tail in her dress. She grows horns when attacking. They spawn after her special or doing the combo. Okay. Bet. I'm going to start grading her. Wow. Okay. For color palette, I think she's better than the other two, but I think we can still do better than this. I feel like it's not as interesting as I would like it to be, and I feel like there's a little bit of, like, reshuffling of placement that could be useful for the color palette, but it's not bad. It's pretty decent. For silhouette, oh, thank you. Thank you for answering my prayers. Thank you. It's great. Silhouette, good. I could very easily immediately identify her just by silhouette. Thank you. Her hair is great. Fantastic. Thank you. Good. Complexity versus clarity. Well, we are getting a little bit of a clarity thing happening because of her hair blending into her face, which is not great for me, but otherwise she's kind of okay. Otherwise, I'm kind of not worried about it. Otherwise, it kind of doesn't bug me. But I'd take like half point off of that. For focal points, though, it's not. Focal point, not the face. It is her chest, and we did not have a end-all be-all solution to it. There's ways we can make it better, but I'm not quite. Not quite. Concept and motifs. I will say, I would give her full points on that, though, because I was able to tell her personality traits, kind of, and tell what her role in the story is, just from looking at her, which does work. And I'll give her that. So what is this? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? 8 out of 10's good. She's cute. Her design is cute. And she is definitely, for me, a stark improvement over the other fellas we looked at. She gets a whole point higher than Rover. Yippee! My brush is too small. There we go. I would say that that is fair. Gonna get this out of the way. Your favorite designs are gonna be the child characters out of 1.0 because they're the most interesting. Oh! Unclear. We're gonna talk about a couple. I don't know what the characters in 1.0 versus 2.0 inherently are. So unclear, but there's some characters that are in 2.0 that make me hopeful. There's one that I quite like. They do make me hopeful. And also, I only have playable characters pooled for this. I think next time we're gonna have some unplayable characters. You made a grading chart, that's cool. Thank you, I did. Oops, tracking lost. In true teacher fashion, yes, I do have one, yes. Not that many, but 2.0 is more Europe-based. It doesn't really matter to me that they're more Europe-based, it's more just that the color design is more interesting and they're doing even more exaggeration in their silhouettes. That is why I feel that way. But there's a couple characters in the 1.0 that I don't mind. Where to next? Where should I go next? Who are the other fellows I was going to talk about for today? There was another character that I completely thought was the same character as the female main character until today, and then was like, oh crap, she's a different person. Because they gave her the exact same, like, inside of hair white, top of hair dark, fully black and white color palette situation. 2.0 is a Venetian Italian coded. Yippee! The Italian me says. Everyone's a theater kid in 2.0. Yeah, the exaggeration is great. Alternate outfit on this girl before we move on. We can look at it real quick, but we're not gonna grade it. Outfits. If only the wiki had it. Peach Blossom. Oh, it seems cute. Is there, this is the image that the wiki gives me of it. It's so small. I, can't see it, unfortunately. But it seems kind of cute and also ethereal and much more pink. Much less blue in undertone. Definitely a very big tonal shift for her. I would say silhouette, not as great, unfortunately. Oh, and your Discord's a better image. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me look. Bonk. Let's find out. Oh, there's her horns. Oh, wow. I do like the horns for her silhouette. That's good, also. This, I feel like... Oh, hang on. Zoom in. It's cute. Silhouette's okay. I don't like it as much as her main outfit, and I think that is usually the case for me when it comes to characters. This still gives me ethereality, but it's not really giving me her role in the story maybe as directly. I can still see a little bit of, royalty in this. I enjoy her eye color, though. The change to her eye color. That's kind of interesting. I feel like focal point for this is still definitely not the face, unfortunately. The shading thing with the hair also isn't solved still. And I'm actually having more clarity issues with this design, where the skin tone used to contrast enough with all of the white tones, but now it doesn't. So we're not gonna super critique this. But what can you do? I will say, I do see you saying that, the flower shape at the end of her pigtails. It is cute. That is nice for silhouette reasons. That is clever. I do enjoy it. peach, cherry, blossom, New Year festival thing. Yeah. I can see all those themes going into it, which is cute. I just think for story's sake and character design, her original one is, whoops, that's not her, is more functional for her in the story. But like, it's still a cute design. I just prefer the other one more. Springtime versus summer, flowering tree dragon, that's what the new outfit is giving. That's fair. I could see that also. Or like, I would see this, even spring I feel like is like, this is like late winter maybe for me. So for New Year, yeah, for Lunar New Year perhaps. Yes, it could be. It is cute. White hair, pale skin's a popular combo, doesn't bring much clarity, no. How does that Ed Sheeran song go? White lips, pale face, something like that. Usual. It's not supposed to be canon in the main story anyway. Yeah, no, it is just for you, and it is a thing to give you that you guys are gonna go, wow, that's cute, here, have my money. And that's not bad. That's not a bad thing at all. But that is the way that it's going to work. Yeah, Lunar New Year skin. Shouldn't forget that the game is very dark, so she is high contrast in game. Well, okay, well, she is high contrast herself against her background, but she is not gonna have high contrast within herself. Rex, is it really a $50 skin? Is that real? Is it actually? This music is fitting for my reaction to that. Is it really a $50 skin? Is this really like Valorant level, like, things for that? No, $50 what? 35? Yes, no. Oh, we're getting a variety of options. More like 25, 45 at regular price. We're all over the place with numbers here. What is the truth? What is the truth? 45 at the very most. Okay. Specify currency. Oh, okay, maybe. What is it in USD? Do we know what it is in USD? Yeah, somebody tell me a USD situation here. No, but it's like $25 right now because of discount. Okay, but still $50 for one skin? Crazy. On sale for 35 this patch, 45 after. USD, 45 USD. Wild. Get new animations, I guess. Not just an outfit, it changed the animations and sounds. I guess, but that's, you do understand that that is half the price of a whole game, right? Like, we do recognize that, right? I mean, I guess in gacha games, people tend to spend much more than that just to get one character sometimes. But that is just one of those things that is wild to me. New profile picture and stuff. Wild. Crazy, even. Just proof for me, I don't get very deep into that end of games. It's also cosmetic, so it's a fair game. No, I know that's fair. The fact that it's only cosmetic is okay. And no, don't get me started on League having the several $100 skins. I wish I could clown on them more for it. For every effort that Baroque makes, God bless Baroque's soul, to try and get me into League, I just remember that $300, what is it, Ari skin that's for a competitive player who doesn't use skins. Wild. Do what you will and do what you want with your shmoney and all of that. Back in my day, this was half the price of a whole game. It's crazy, it's crazy. May or may not have paid $500 for the Ari skin. Mythic, not to say that you would, but if there is somebody who, if I were to not doubt would do that, it would be you. Which is not to say any hate, and it is pretty, that is true. But yeah. It's still half the price of a full game. It honestly, when I was a kid, it was the price of a full game, period. You get a Nintendo DS game for like, what, $35? Like, depending? And that would be just the way it went. It's actually pretty cheap if you compare it to other gacha skins. That doesn't help! That doesn't help! And yeah, you know that money is not going to the artists! Ah! Oh man, okay. We will look at someone else. The most Genshin skins go for is like 35 at most. Okay, but that's not better still. That is still not better. Nintendo, yeah, I know Switch games are 60. And 60 did used to be outrageous for a game. Still, the fact that Switch games are creeping up to 70 for me, I can no longer validate buying video games. Wild. But also the game itself is generous in terms of getting characters to the point where we meme that Crow doesn't like money. You know, I respect that for them. But hopefully that makes you guys all more willing then, I guess, to buy things like that. Hopefully, maybe, potentially, partially, in some way, shape, or form, in any way. However, why don't we look at someone else? Why don't I find another place to go? Why am I hearing sound effects? What was that? Did something happen? Was that in the music? That must have been in the music. 35 for the 5-star Deluxe skin. Everything else is cheaper. Okay. Recommend looking more into indie and AA for cheaper video games. Yeah, oh yeah, I do. I don't buy AAA titles very often these days. Thank you for making me invincible, I do appreciate it. Never paying for stuff, that's fair and understandable. The Shorekeeper was the next fella I had. Where is my Shorekeeper? I think I actually might have rearranged these two on the thumbnail accidentally. The Shorekeeper was my next character. Where's her full body? That's not a full-size image. What's happening? Ooh, new person. Hello, hi. Is it Eli or Ellie? But hello, welcome in. Was brought in with a raid? Oh, were you from Faerol? Perhaps, maybe? Perhaps. Another cute one. Yeah, so this is another character design that I think has a very similar sensibility that I think I accidentally on the thumbnail actually swapped these two. Because I think one of them was listed as meh and the other one was listed as better than meh, and I think I reversed them accidentally. However, once again, very pretty, very ethereal. Silhouette, yay! Look at my highlighted message. Oh, gonna be a quick Warframe show. The community created skins in game that can only be paid for with money, not in-game currency. A portion of that goes to the community member who created it. See, I like that. And that's why I like Roblox also, because they do that. I enjoy that they do that. I like that characters, or the creators get some part of it. I appreciate it. It is good. Geez, that is very little. Yeah, this is something. White Black Swan. Yes, this character felt very familiar to me looking at her. In relation to having looked at other gacha characters. Or just other characters in general. She has decent silhouette. I will say, I do need to stick her on a darker background so that I can actually see her. I hear the game's very dark, so she is going to look very ethereal and bright in the game, because see how much better she looks when I stick her on a darker background. Azura comeback, yeah, Azura from, what is that, Fire Emblem Fates? Conquest? Very much similar to that, but, look at me here, look at this here, look at this. Silhouette! Once again, look at silhouette. We have butterfly on her hat, good. We've got asymmetry, which is other butterflies on her sort of headdress thing, which is an asymmetrical headdress. We have this sort of billowing thing coming out the back of her skirt, which is reminiscent of a butterfly in the way that it is shaped. I wonder, is she related to butterflies in some way, shape, or form? I could guess that maybe that would be a part that is related to it. And then also when we zoom in on her, this is the night sky within her clothing. Wow! This is the night sky captured within her clothing. So for me, making guesses about her, I'm making guesses that, you know, butterflies and other flying things usually have something to do with freedom. Did you just jump? Yeah, they did launch me into the air. It is okay. Usually butterflies have something to do with freedom, or maybe a lack thereof, depending on what direction we're going in. I'm noting that there is a potential influence of space here in her design. She really is monarch. She's Amelie? Wait, that's so funny. Two butterfly type people in one thing. Night sky, moth. Okay, maybe, but I think she is more butterfly coded. If I had to guess. And then trying to also figure out, like, she seems like, once again, she seems like she is somebody who would be very graceful. Not more like independence. It can be independence also. That is also a thing that butterflies can stand for. There's a number of things that are comparable there, yeah. One of her moves gives off a big butterfly effect. Oh, wait, do they use butterfly effect? Wait, hang on. I have a question. You guys are talking about time as a thing in this game. I'm covering it. Or death. Okay, can also be death. There's a number of things they can do. I was just saying the ones that I thought felt relevant just looking at her. Just taking visual looks at her. Butterfly effect, yes. Is there potentially a time-based element here that relates to the butterfly effect for her? Because other people were talking about something about effects that look like butterflies and also things about time. So I'm wondering if those could maybe be related? Unclear, don't know. No time? Yes, kind of. Okay, we're kind of in between. It would be nice if it was. And I'm so sorry to have T-posed upon you. It does happen to me often, unfortunately. She can teleport Rover, sort of, yes. Okay. Kind of between, I'm seeing. So these are just cold reads. I'm not knowing things about her, and I'm just making guesses. I'm guessing there's something relating to astral elements also. People just mean particle effects. Oh, they might just mean particle effects, but I don't know. Welcome back, Creative Arts Love. You have to see her in-game model. It looks amazing. I can snoop for it here real quick. I only had their non-in-game models, but this is kind of nice. I feel like in a lot of games, whoa. I feel like in a lot of games I get catfished by what their illustrations look like, but she's pretty. Look how pretty she is in-game. All of the screenshots I see it from this game in-game are so nice. They're so nice. It is the thing that makes me want to play the game. And I'm going to make a case here for her. And a case for why I feel like I am more open to these designs that are abundantly white than I am to designs that are abundantly black for this game. Which is that this game seems to have a very strong focus on lighting. Specifically, colored lighting. Which, if we were looking at the characters of Rover and the characters who are wearing predominantly all black colors in their clothing, they're not really getting the benefit of that colored lighting situation so much as these characters that are wearing lighter colors too. I'm seeing a lot of images of her in game where there's almost an iridescence happening on her dress because of the lighting around her and this like blue kind of glow that's happening. I feel like they're very strong for the character design. We love the funny lights and she is very beautiful. Sort of trapped software program personification and ocean skies alternate virtual reality sort of a thing. Interesting. In relation to time, she existed in the previous civilization created by someone, okay, maybe not the main character, to take care of a club, misses you until you come home. In-game models are normally better than the art, also why some people want to see the in-game models of an art. That's fair. She is very pretty. It's just hard to find a full body in-game of them, unfortunately. So we are looking at them based on their other art. Yeah. But this is beautiful. This is very lovely. And for her character design, she's once again kind of hitting those sort of ethereal elements. But I will say it with me, focal point, question mark. We're gonna see that this is a thing that happens in this game, unfortunately, a lot, from what I've noticed. This one, it's not the assets. This one, it's not the assets. It's not the chest either, I would say. For me, we can kind of get close to the head. For me, the butterfly is sort of focal. Kind of works. But it's not her face. The butterfly, if this is the focal point, does work for me, but I tend to look right down here more so. Not terrible. Not the worst. Not her face. But at least it's the butterflies, which are important to her lore. So I'll, like, half give them that one. They're completely outcompeting the face. Usually we'd want that to be at a similar level of focus, but it's not too bad. And yeah, I think it would be better if the blue was framing her face more than it is, because it's not really like, it doesn't extend past the edges of her head enough to frame the face, but it's okay. The butterfly, if that's the focal point for you, for me it's not. For me it's all of this dark blue stuff, but this is not too far off from her face at least. It's kind of close. I think my largest trouble I have with her design is I actually can't tell where her skin starts and ends in many places, which is to say I actually think it's all skin and I might just be confused. This is another one of those we were saying where they've got the, what do they call them, the tacit mark that is being used. I think I might actually have to cover this, despite this being a first-party game element that has that happening. I think this is a full Twitch violation happening here that I have to cover. But they did once again put her mark like right on her chest so we can have that fully open. And I do think she is fully exposed on her sides. It looks sheer. It might be sheer, but I'm not even reading it as being anything there because it's so light. I think it is just all skin, but I'm not certain. Yeah, I can't tell if she's fully exposed. That's not a tacit mark either. She's made out of remnant energy. It looks very similar to the tacit marks because those kind of look like audio waveforms, and that's what that looks like to me. 100% sheer. Can see the edge of fabric close to her ribs. You close to her ribs. Oh wait, you're right. Hang on. I thought those were straps, but that you're right. That might be. Oh wait, there. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I see it. But you can see how, if I'm looking at her from any distance, it might be a little bit unclear. This is one of such situations where I maybe would want them to put a texture on it. Like, you know, like just like a very subtle, like you know how stockings sometimes have that texture where they kind of glimmer a little bit? Let's see, can I even like replicate it where they kind of get the thing where they get like, big enough brush for this. Do you know what I'm talking about? The thing where, like, you know, in the shadows of something that's like stocking-y material, you get that sort of, I think you guys can see it better than I can actually, but like you get that sort of like shimmery texture on stuff. It might be nice, and then that would also fit in with her blue things that kind of shimmer. Game model does show it more, very sheer grayish white in game. Okay, if it's clearer in game, that's good. I couldn't tell from my single in-game screenshot that I had here. Although actually, the more images I'm looking at her that are in-game, I actually can't tell any better. Like, this is in-game. And it's not really clear to me that it is. I mean, oh, wait, hang on. I'm totally not understanding where it's supposed to be either. The way it's connecting to her neck is so strange. Never mind, I see it, but that's real odd. You can see the front is a bit whiter. This is better. I can see a little bit better, but the way it's connecting to her neck had me real confused there. I thought it was gonna be covering her entire shoulders and filling in these areas, but it's not, which is kind of strange. All your problems are fixed in game. Mostly, honestly, that's so strange, and I'm kind of relieved about it. I am a little bit happy about it. Yeah, it's a diamond shape. It's just, it's kind of awkward for me the way that this is shaped on your neck. That's not important. That's not important. That might just be the way I think. But, you know, not bad. Texture bending in the neck. What do you mean? I just feel like it would make more sense if this sheer material was also here, is more so what I'm saying. It's just kind of strange where it's placed for me, perhaps, right now. But that's not too bad. This render is really not, I guess, doing justice for those things. And the contrast problem that I'm having with her hair and her face, I think is also maybe fully solved in-game. What is going on here? Wait. I need to only look at the in-game models, I guess, but I can't actually find good enough in-game screenshots of her. Babu, thank you for loaning me a screenshot. You're saying your graphics aren't fully high on your phone. That's okay, it is a phone. But like, I can see that my concerns about clarity here are not bad. Look at that. I can clearly tell the edges of things. Oh wait, here's another one. She is much more saturated in game also. Wow. Look at that. That's really saturated. Dang. It's almost a halter top. Wow. I stand corrected. I'll take back what I said. I will fully take back what I said. I still think, focal point wise, I'm not sure the focal point is the right place, because now she doesn't have that butterfly in her head. Now I think the focal point is fully this really bright blue thing. Yeah, they are much paler in the art. Common sentiment, yeah. Her outro where they release a burst of energy in the form of a butterfly. Oh, okay, so then focal point for her still, I think. Not really the face. It is kind of some of the butterfly elements, which is good, but not fully what I was hoping for. Is she wearing different shoes here than in the art too? I think she is. Oh no, she's not. Crazy shoes. I gotta say, I do like the silhouette of these shoes also quite a bit. I enjoy that we have a less traditional heel shape here. I think that's a fun way of doing heels in an interesting way. I think it's now her legs in that one. It might be. Love the shoes, Ryoko. I figured you might. This is one of the better gacha characters. This is one of the better gacha games for characters I'm sort of seeing. We're kind of glossing over the ones that I don't like. I'm ignoring them. But to prove my point, we will look at least another one of them. If not two of them here today. But there are ones I do genuinely like in this game. In some capacity. Butterfly mode. Oh, engage is full. Whoa. The butterfly is pretty. I think that is... I feel like that should be... maybe always a part of the character design. I get that it does make it look more special, but that is definitely moving the focal point back up to the head where it should be, potentially. I'm late. Hi, Rice! You're nervous? Why are you nervous? It's okay. Special intro is cool. She collapses space, does a big heal and attack. That's fun. Kind of wish her dress was different. I feel like any critiques I may have about the dress may just be coming from personal opinion, unfortunately, so I might hold my tongue about it. For me, it just feels too impractical, but I tend to be somebody who's overly focused on practicality as the asexual that I may be. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind a little bit of appeal, as we may put it. However, like, the way it's attached to her does not seem like it's very, maybe secure all the time. I'm not the biggest knower of how fabric works. As we may have learned previously. But it's okay. Oh! Hello! Hi! Shroommates! You know what to do! Rotate at them, shroommates! Hi! Hi, Cheesy Jaws! Hello! Oh, Cheesy is a shroomate. Hello, welcome in. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi, and I'm also an art educator. And we're looking at the character designs in Woowa today. Hello, hello. Cheesy, I believe you are a clown, if I'm not mistaken. I have you pulled somewhere in my character design reviews. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. But welcome in. What were you guys up to? What were you guys doing for stream? We're currently kind of debating our thoughts about this dress as we're looking at it. Looks like you have to be very selective what time of year you cosplay her. Fair, but I don't think the game needs to worry about cosplay. I submitted the reviews. Yeah, I just finished playing some Pikmin. Oh, Pikmin! Oh, Pikmin! Yay, Pikmin! Killing Pikmin and bread bugs alike, real menace. Oh no! Not killing the Pikmin, not their sweet, funny little high-pitched fellas. No! I hope you had fun with it though. I hope you triumphed over all of the fellas in that one. I've never actually played 2. It's an accident? No. I figure it is an accident. I don't think you would kill a Pikmin willingly. If you did, I think you'd be a crazy person. But I hope you had fun with it. Hope you had a good time. 2 is great, much harder than 1. I have heard that sentiment. I've played 1. I have not played 2. Yeah, I don't know. Her outfit with sheer panels makes me think of figure skating outfits, pretty secure when that chest panel is a neck piece. That is what I was wondering about this, I was wondering, in keeping with figure skating and or maybe like gymnast type outfits, where they have those sheer, sometimes really thin materials that are actually totally fine. Which may be fine. It does look cold. Wish it was more robotic, or at least we could see more of the blue crystal skin. That is, you guys were saying she is a, like, digital construct, or like an AI of some sort? And those are things I'm not getting visually in her design, unfortunately, so I don't know. Oh yeah, also, Cheesy, if you and your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snorting me meing, please take care of yourselves. If you want to hang out, I do appreciate it, but you do not have to by any means. I would prefer you take care of yourselves. There's a crack across her chest. I did see that, but it's not super apparent in most of the angles I'm seeing of her, unfortunately. Here I can ever so slightly make out that that's what it is. And I know that this is kind of a cracking thing, but I wish there maybe was a little bit more. Nothing under design to show that, maybe animations. Yeah, it's not a lot. More AI personality, not full-on robot android, more software than hardware. Okay. I guess. Wish there was more. She's too blue. So I will have, that is, I guess maybe my only other concern for her maybe, is that I wish there was a secondary supportive color. The reason why I like this design more, wait, hang on, I got too many of these open. Let me close these. Too many of you. The reason why I think I prefer, okay, there's still too many of you. Come on. Nope. Yep. Why I prefer this design is because there's more color depth. We've got cool white blues, we have black tones, we have green tones, and we have blues. We've got a variety. It's not as monochromatic, and you can make monochromatic color designs work. Wow! It's not bad, but I feel like I could have a little bit more interest. Yeah, she just comes off as butterfly priestess or princess to me. No AI connection visually. Attacks are yellow, balances things out. Wow! Fair. But that's kind of what we were saying about Rover. That's not part of the character design. I feel like those were decisions that were made after, and sort of the way I was saying about the female Rover's design, that they're like, oh, I can clearly see we need more color. How do we do that? Animations. It does help. It's not bad. But I think we can incorporate them more directly into the character themselves, perhaps. Not bad. It might make them very distinct from her. It might make them clear when she's doing the animations in some ways. There's ways to do that if it was in her character too. I'm going back and forth about that. I feel like, personally, I'm allowed to have a personal thought, which is that I wish there was more color depth. Maybe. We could. Reminds me of Land of the Lustrous, the cracking rock thing. I can see that a little bit too, yeah? Hologram for most of the story. I guess if she's a hologram, we would figure out pretty quickly that there's a digital component that may help. Maybe use some warmer tones toward the face to help it be more focal, or a funny shadow. I mean, it seems like she's not having as much trouble in-game, but I still feel like she is a character where the benefit of our favorite gradient would be useful if we do like one of those and then multiply and make it kind of subtle. I don't know if I picked the right color for her design because she is, like, I did pick blue. But like, I feel like going like that, it is pushing the focal point more up her design, maybe make slightly see-through or digitized, make it obvious. You could put a little bit of like a slightly digital pattern on her sheer components that you can see like kind of flicker, like, you know, you can see them in the lighting maybe. That could be nice if they did it on like a normal map or something. I'm not actually sure how they do their shaders, so I don't know if that's the right word. Yellow or butterfly on head would help. Yeah, that one existing the way it does help, but I feel like I would just wish there was more. Yeah, orange, purple might be good. Like if she had purple in her shading, that might be actually fantastic. Like, it doesn't have to be adding a whole color in terms of like elements of the design being that color. It could be as simple as saying, okay, those are mostly blue. What if I took purple and made this a color layer? And then if I clip it, and then if we were to say like, you know, the darker areas, it's gonna be really strong right now for a second. Hang on, just wait. And then just kind of blend those in. So like if I take a blur and then I can push it back a little bit, but like something like that will add a lot of color depth to a design where we're not adding colors inherently to the palette of her clothing. We're not adding objects and changing their full color. It's just changing the undertones of things slightly, maybe. And then something like that, that's purple kind of like that, can make things feel really nice and kind of magical sometimes in a way that might be quite nice. So like, I don't know where else I would stick it. Maybe I would put it like, just at like the ends of some of these things. Why isn't this clipped? There we go. Just to give a little more variety. And do you see how that's making it more interesting? Maybe it is making those parts also a little more distracting than they were, but I feel like that's already a thing happening quite overwhelmingly in this design without me having done it. But it is adding depth. Undertones are very helpful for something like that. She's purple eyes at least. I will give her that, and that is maybe what makes me wish she had a little bit more purple somewhere else. For her eyes being purple, I feel like they aren't that focal. Like, they're not really drawing us to them that much for being purple. It works here. Kind of helps. Has some of that purple, like, around her hands or feet, like a sheer layer of it. Maybe. And then similarly, I wish that maybe there was just more variety in the undertone of the whites. We talk about that usually more often with black colors. I could have done this for Rover if we come back here. Oh my god, I keep looking at them and forgetting I've done this. They could change the undertone color of things. We're like, you know, see how this is so this is literally neutral gray if I were to draw this for you. This is just gray. But if they were to pull it in here and go for like this, maybe it's like that in game. I think it actually might be. But like, it could be like this instead, as an example. And then, you know, having that blue to contrast the subtle gold tones that are in the design. See how that feels kind of rich and kind of interesting, maybe? Transition from white to the night sky, I think could be softer, could also be. But these are just general things that could be useful or helpful in a character's design. I'm gonna close. I have way too many of these open right now. But those are the thoughts. And it seems like she doesn't still have that color depth thing happening in game, unfortunately. So maybe that would be a critique for her, but it's not really the end of the world. It's not the worst. But I feel like doing those couple of little things does something for interest and focal point here. Brighter eyes, some makeup. Those are common ways I think we see focal point shifted to face also. Feels a little underdressed. I would agree with that maybe, but I think that that has maybe something to do with the character, I would hope. Oh, music has paused. Hello? Oh, no it hasn't, actually. I'm gay and asexual types of character designs don't affect me at all. Maybe, I mean, we can call out my bias of being also asexual, which is that I'm not a hater. I'm not. I do have to say that. Make it very clear. Not a hater. But it doesn't do anything for me, unfortunately. Her burst, a big golden circle. That is nice, at least. What happened if you place this silver with gold? We could, but I think that would give us an entirely different feeling, where she's supposed to be very, like, space and cold, I feel like. And adding that gold might be too regal, and it might also feel kind of corny, depending on how it was added. I mean, I guess if we added the gold almost like how she has gold. Her gold elements, if you notice, they're really not gold. They're just kind of brown. And I guess that's how they're handling them for it. I can try and use that color, maybe, for them and see what happens. Nope, that's... Oh, there we go. Let's see what happens. And it might be a thing where we'd have to be selective about what things get that color change. But I feel like that would be weird, almost. Try it. Maybe. We'll find out. Maybe just some of the things, because, like, I feel like changing the color of that... Wait. Don't change everything. Maybe... like this, and we leave the other arm thing. I'm just playing around. What's your opinion on brown not being a color? I'm not opening that can of worms. That's my opinion on that. Because we can... What is a color, really, honestly? Tell me. Tell me what a color is. And then I can tell you whether or not brown is one. We've got to make rules in order to determine something like that. Because by that metric, pink isn't a color. Or, like, black isn't a color. Black is just all the colors combined. Or anything like that. Brown, you mean very dark orange. Yeah. You know, actually, I didn't think I was going to like that. But honestly, I kind of like that. Some people like silver better. I'm willing to ignore a lot because I really like space. That's fair. I honestly don't mind that as much as I thought I would. And if I push it back even a little bit so it's not as bold, I feel like that undertone change is kind of interesting for me. Is it maybe not as in line with the way that, like, she's intended to be read in color with, like, sort of the ethereal and night and those kinds of things? Maybe. But I feel like it looks kind of nice, potentially. Maybe. I don't know. But I'm kind of favorable towards it. For silver, but the gold ties in with the butterfly. Yeah. I think there's... Go either way. I don't think it stands out too much for me. I think it makes it look less like she's wearing a sheer layer under. I think it makes the difference in tone that the sheer layer has even less clear, unfortunately. So it might be working against us in that way. But I do think we've made some color changes that do give her a little bit more interesting color depth here. Like, look at the difference. It's subtle, but I think it is doing something. Also a weird EG moment, which is that I'm making her have more gold, like, filigree, which is usually a thing I don't always like. Maybe the sheer layer could be a different color. We could add a bit of gold to her shoe. Yeah, I would. I'm not sure where I'd put it on her shoe, because her shoes are white. They don't have metal on them. So I'm not sure where would be, like, the right place to do that. Like, not there. Probably have to add something to them, because there's nothing that's handled in that sort of sense on her shoe. Like, maybe, like, she's got, like, a little thing on the underside that could be gold for just, like, a tiny bit of it, or, like, maybe the whole underside of it? I don't know. I'm not sold. Give her gold toenails. You know, honestly, not the worst suggestion. Here, hang on. We'll give her gold toenails just to try it. Kind of would like if she's strands on her legs go further up. Like, you wish they were more crisscrossed, like, extending further up. I wish that, because I'm reading a little bit of, like, ballet almost out of her design, or, like, not just ballet, like, some of the cuts of the top of her design make me feel a little bit ballet-esque, but also we're getting figure skating. I wish she had closed-toed shoes. That way that lacing would feel almost like slippers. That kind of adds to, like, some of the elegance and gracefulness, maybe. Is this the first gacha character I've looked at with exposed toes? Also, question mark. Interesting. Gold accents make her look warmer. Blue ice metallic silver seems off-putting. I think they're going for the sort of cold disconnectedness that you might get from an AI who is not a fully real person, maybe? And that might have been their intention. Not sure. What if the lacing went further up the leg? We could do that. I also didn't draw a ladder for her, so maybe I should do that also. I can draw just real quickly lacing further up her leg. It's not going to be super accurate. Hi, Joby! What's up, Joby?
I mean, nothing much.
Nothing much? I'm looking at character designs from the game called Wuthering Waves, Woowa. Also, I'm noticing she has, like, some detailing on her legs. Also, they say hi, Joby.
Yellow.
Joby is my partner, for those of you not familiar. Those are not open-toed. Whose are not open-toed? Huh? Joby has gotten home. The reality looks so sad now. I'm glad you guys trust my sensibilities. Let me take her line art color. I learned a trick recently, which is that I can do this fun thing, which is have outlines on things. I'm gonna make them smaller, because right now they're gonna be too thick. There. So let me, wait, hang on. Let me just clear this. And then, like, if this was, like, crisscrossing, it'd probably go, like that up the leg. Maybe? Right? Might have made it thicker than it was. But what were you guys saying? You just want them to be further up the leg? These are way thicker than hers are. Oops. Like that? Question mark? Just more? Think about Nahida not having open-toe shoes. Oh, yeah. I don't think she does. I have beef with Clip Studio. What for? Yee? Yes? I don't know. Yeah, kind of like how ballet slippers are. That's why I kind of wanted her to have closed-toed shoes, because I am getting, like, sort of elements that are almost like a dancer from her design. This is not going to be, because I gotta close her toes. Not going to be the best rendition of this ever. But, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not a hater for feet showing in design, but I feel like for her being a dancer-type character, it would behoove more, maybe, to be, like, this. I'm just doing really fast shading. Like that, maybe. And then, hang on. I gotta make this so that I can still have the overlays on it, and hang on, and then unclip this, and then turn that back on. Maybe. I might have made it too bold. She just float, no free feet. Yeah, no free feet on the EG stream. No, not behoove, be toe, sorry. Dancers have open-toed shoes, though, depends on the style. That is also true. Depends on the style. Since I was getting ballet from the way that her things were designed already, that's why I would go that way. But I don't know. It takes away from the beachwear vibe. I don't look at this and inherently get beachwear. Really at all, honestly, unfortunately. Her shoes don't snap while fighting. That kind of reflexive curve in a heel is not as fragile as you might think. E.g. mostly prohibits toes. Maybe slightly prohibiting toes, it's okay. She plays piano on the beach. She's from the Black Shores. Yeah, I know she is called the Shorekeeper. We do know this, I'm aware. However, visually looking at her, I'm not getting beachwear. I guess I could see a claim made for the fact of wearing, like, a sheer cover-up at the beach over your clothing. That makes sense, maybe. But, like, veil on the head, butterflies, the style of shoe. It's not super beachy. I get the oceaniness from the colors, maybe. But if we're going for beachwear, I don't know. Not beachwear, but aquatic. I guess I could see that a little more. Veil's meant to be a clamshell, sort of. I could see that a little bit. One of the renders, or one of the images, I could see it maybe a little bit more. Gosh, overwhelmingly? I'm not sure. Water sweeping that suit away. What do you mean beachwear? Pond in the middle of night surrounded by butterflies. Maybe. Making the armband gold to match the hem. I didn't really change everything yet either. So, like, I can come back and steal that brown and we can say, you like this armband? Whoops, not the right layer. Hang on, where did I have that? Here? Good. We're kind of getting, like, real far into just doing redesign at this point. For the sake of grading, I just need to do a ladder. And then we're gonna give her a grade. So let's see. Let's do whap, whap. Those don't really count. This all is questionable about how I would count it, but it's definitely doing something in a couple places. Just got the skirt, her little butterfly. I think it is gonna be fully symmetrical though if I've looked at the other art, at least in the dress. Oops, I'm not really placing those well. I really don't know what to say about any of this part of the design. I think the underbust might have some horizontality to it. Her armbands will. Shoulders, her bangs, and then this thing at least does give us like a cascading diagonal shape. Top of the head. And then that butterfly actually isn't a part of the design itself, so I'm not going to count it, as I've learned. So I will go like that. Thoughts? Thoughts, opinions, ladders? Hi! Hi, Strawberry Float. How many characters you look at already? This is technically the fourth? I believe, I guess? Ladder's still kind of uniform. Sorry, Butterfly Friend isn't a part of her design. It shows up sometimes, apparently. It's not always there, so I'm not going to count it. You do have images of her facing forward. I do. Or I did, at least. Somewhere, somehow. But... oh, yeah, so she is fully symmetrical, other than her head, also. Which, for characters that are meant to be, like, serene and calm and, you know, maybe level-headed and, like those kinds of general traits. There's another word I'm looking for. Studious is another one, like well-kept. Symmetry's not that bad. It's okay. It's acceptable. It's fine. Yeah, she's an AI, so I'm not too bugged by it. I do like that she does have the asymmetrical, at least, hair accessory veil. But it's okay. So is she like an exception? Yeah, I would give her an exception to that. Mostly. For that purpose. I don't get exceptions often, but I'll take it for this one. I won't be too bugged by it. Ladder is okay. It's dangerous. Once again, we're getting some similar size shapes of things, and none of it's really helping us put the focal point where it should be, but that's okay. That is alright. I do see you guys are sending me a lot of images of the characters, which I do appreciate. Wow, Rover also looks better in game. I think all of them do. But it's still, it didn't solve the things I'd given for him, unfortunately. Oddly symmetrical, I guess not that odd considering the whole butterfly thing. That also, I guess, thematically makes me not bugged by it either. Thematically, butterflies are usually fully symmetrical, unless they have taken damage or unless they are my favorite bilateral gynandromorphs. But she's fine. So let's rubric real quick. We have 4 color palette. It's not bad, but we wanted a little more depth in the color palette. It is okay, but we wanted a little more. So that's fine. We'll give her like that. Whoops, I'm using the line tool, which is not what I wanted. There we go. For silhouette, I would say it's good. Looking at her in game, it's actually not as good as it is in that posing, but it's not bad. It is still distinct, so I'd give her good points for that. Wait, what it beat me to it? Oh. You're not bugged by butterflies. Aha, 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 aha. And game color is much yellow, purple, and magic-y stuff, I see. Which means our eyes make sense, I guess. Kind of like an AI. Yeah, her eyes being a cool color works in that way. For complexity versus clarity, I'm having some weird clarity moments for her between her skin and her dress and other things. I think they just need a little more distinction between edges of things. It seems like it's better in game. So maybe... wow, the grading is kind of tough. Missing a contrasting color. Yeah, we did give her one. For focal points, I don't even know what we decided for that. I don't even know what we decided for that one because it's not her face. It is the butterflies. The butterflies are very important to her design, but they're all over and her face doesn't even compete, unfortunately. So it's not on her head. It was the head butterfly does contribute. It's not terrible, but it's not fantastic. It's close. It's okay. It's fine. I'll put it there, maybe. Honey Lightning, thank you for following. It's fine. I'll give it that it's fine. And then concept and motifs. Having her presented on the digital screen, as you guys had said in the game, does... yeah, her train was the most focal for me, yeah. As you guys said in the game, she is mostly, at least in the early game, seen as having, like, on some sort of screen in a digital aspect, which would give us that digital component of her where she's an AI and the personality gives it to us also, which are good and dandy and fine. I want a little bit more of that. It's not bad. Mostly it is working, but it is okay. Train. Not like trains, like the object that drives on the railroad. This thing, it's like, it's the back end of her skirt, which is a long part. We tend to call that a train on clothing. In that case, I feel like focal point should just be 1 point. I mean, there's many points that are potential focal points. You can have a couple, but none of them are her face. They are things that are important to her character, butterfly aspects. They have distracted me a good bit. I think I'm gonna leave it there, but if you guys disagree, if you guys think it's not, it should be pushed down, I'll listen. Concept and motifs, I want a little bit more of that digital component. I see that they're getting at it with sort of the chest cracking. That's something that's not super apparent unless you're kind of close to her, even in game. But I see the butterfly aspect, I see the things about her personality being there. I'm getting the symbolism of, you know, the butterflies and, you know, some ocean elements and night sky. So maybe I'd put her, like, right there, maybe? What is this, another 8 out of 10, I think? Butterfly motif is clear at least. Yes, we'll give her that much. I will give her that much, which is great. The motif is very clear and well done. I just wish there was a little bit more of the secondary aspect of her, perhaps. Didn't know she's a digital creation until the game told me. Yeah, I think that's not a terrible thing if she's trying to pretend not to be, but I feel like they could have had more clues that maybe aren't super obvious, but become more apparent the more you look at her. That, you know, little details that reward looking closer, maybe. So what is this, 8? 1, 2, 3. Wait, that's... wait. Math. Maybe our eyes could glitch a bit? They could. Wait, hang on. 7. 7, yes. Why did I think it was an 8? Yeah, it is 7. Oh yeah, because we're taking 2 full points off there. And then another full point. Yes. So I don't like her design as much as I liked, whoops, hers. but I like it better than I like female Rover. So I think that's a fair place for it to be. Whee! 8 for the shoes. 8 in my heart for the shoes. I do also like her design, also. I should say that. I do like it, but there's things that I think could work better. If we, real fast, quick, toggle off the things I did. As a reminder. Next! Next we have a 2.0 character, I believe, who I pulled because I had fear that I would be too negative this stream. I pulled a 2.0 character because I feared that I'd be more negative. His name's Brant, which is I think is funny. And my other thing that I realize now as I'm about to critique this character's design, is there a full body of this character? Is there a full body of him? There might actually not be. Oh no, I might have gotten myself into a situation here. I don't think he's out yet in game. This is what I had saved for him. Brent? Is this name not Brant? Going to be playable but not released yet. Yeah, I know he's not released yet. There's not a full body of him. No! Oh no! So I'm guessing the things I've seen of him are not official. Just the model. Oh no. Oh no. I think I have the... I don't know if this is... I don't know where this came from, but there's model images of him that I've seen that I'm not sure what were. Question mark. Is he in-game? Look at his in-game model. Yeah, so maybe, is this his in-game model? Is that what this is? That might be what that is. We've looked at characters before that aren't in-game, but I don't think I'm seeing a good screenshot. Leaks, it says right there. Ah! No! I'm so sorry, I didn't read. Hang on, get rid of that. Never mind. False. Goodbye. He's in-game, but not out on banner. Oh, darn it! Darn it! Darn. Why, he's in-game! Brant Wuthering Waves in-game. That has been my Google search. Why is there no actual one I can find? No! Sorry, I didn't mean to. He's already in-game! I didn't mean to. I didn't know. I didn't see. It has to be an image of him in-game. That's what I'm looking for, and I'm not finding one. That was the one that came up. I didn't read the words on it. I was more distracted looking at him. Banner's being revealed tonight? Oh, okay. Curse can come to your house and burn all your toast now. Whoops. Sorry. Did not mean for that. Okay, question then. I do have him on the thumbnail. Should I wait and talk about him next week then, after he's actually in-game? Because apparently he's in-game tonight. I can wait and look at him later. Oh, in Discord, does somebody have him? Look at that, he's in a funny pose in that one. I see in the Discord, he is in a funny pose for that one that I don't know if would be useful. Darn it! But granted, he doesn't really have much happening below there. He's in-game as an NPC. Oh man, already in-game just doesn't have a full body 2D. Okay, it's fine. Okay, if that is his model that's in-game as an NPC, I think I'll be okay. Watch out, Wizard of the Coast will send the Pinkertons for this level of violation. Oh my god, don't get me started on them doing that. No! I hope not. And it is baffling that it's hard to find in-game images on Google. It's actually impossible. The one currently on the banner. Yeah, well, maybe I'll come back for him. I'll come back for him next week. And I see people saying, wait, I thought Wuwa hated using color. Their recent patches don't hate using color. They don't. That's why I included him, and that's why I like his design and some of the other more recent characters better, is because silhouette, fun hat, look at this cool collar. He's very much giving theater kid. But the sleeves, they're very much the sleeves that I had for my Halloween outfit because they're good for silhouette. Hat, good for silhouette. Colors, pretty. The colors are interesting. They have color depth. It's interesting. We'll come back for him though. Oh, I have to change my thumbnail. Yeah, look, we match! He's just like me for real! We have the capelets! Italian theater! We love to see it. Maybe because the new area is more fun than death? Okay, well that would be nice. Okay, we'll switch him out for somebody. Let's see, can I get a full body reference for him? Or not for him, for someone else that's a newer character. Who are the other new ones that I liked? I know, Rosha. If I'm even saying her name right. She's got good silhouette and interesting color. Phoebe has interesting color, interesting silhouette. Zanny, I think, is also in this one, but I don't like that one. Carlotta. Who's Carlotta? Oh, Carlotta. Oh, I don't like hers as much either. Wait, okay, I have to count something here for us. I'm gonna do a count. Truemates, there are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 playable characters in this game. There's 31 playable characters in this game. Out of those 31 playable characters in this game, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. A third of them? Little less than a third of them that have white hair. Ah! Wow, they really like that. Yeah, 26 playable at the minute. And honestly, the current playable, if we get rid of the, 1, 2, 3 that aren't playable, that only improves that only makes it more white hair. They really like white hair. You seen PGR? I don't know what PGR is actually. I'm not familiar. I don't know. I say that a third that you like. No. If we're talking about the designs that I like, I would say, okay, we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay, hang on, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, okay, so also still a third. Oh no! Oh boy, yeah, okay, not great. Punishing Grey Raven, Crow's other games, review it at some time. Okay, I can stick that on a list, perhaps. I still only like a third of them. Thought it was gonna be smaller? See, that's fair. I think that's still a better average of designs that I personally like than the other gacha games I've looked at, other than maybe Verse 1999. The Hoyoverse has lower rate of me liking them. I think you'll hate PGR character designs. Well, what can you do? Okay, so instead of looking at that fella, we will maybe look at a character. We should look at a character I'm more favorable towards first, and then I will pull up a character who I looked at and thought, actually no, I'm just gonna pull up her name. I think her name is Jianxin, who I thought was Rover. Because she has Yinlin. Oh, is it pronounced like a Y? It could be. That would make sense. I thought she was the same character as the main character. They look so similar. They look so similar. Does she have an N at the end of her name or not? Why is it going back and forth? And if I look at things online of her, no, this is a different person. What's happening? Why can't I search for this person? I'm losing it. From Rover, I know she's a very different character, but they're handled very similarly. What is happening? Why can't I find her? Jianxin. That's not the right person. What is happening? Jian. It brought up the other character. What is why are my search results terrible? Is she just not popular? What's going on here? I'm struggling. Hang on, give me her model art. There we go. Her model art is very cute, and her vibes are a little more positive. However, here she is. There we go. Okay. Silhouette. Better. EG saying they're similar, so anime-phobic? It's not! I wouldn't say that it is! She isn't popular. Okay. The fact that I struggled to find images of her, I think tells me something. Her pose is very cute. I need to give her a mid-tone background so I can see her also. This one's gonna be kind of quick for me, because most of the thoughts I have about her, she is like I thought this was going to be an alternate skin for Rover. I thought this was an alternate skin for Rover. Unfortunately. Stated 5-star designs that could be as eye-catching. Fair? But I don't know. Her hair and face is very similar. They both have the same white inside hair, black outside hair. If I toggle back and forth here, you can see how I thought that maybe this was like a time skip version of her. She has green in her color palette, which is at least beneficial, but the fact that none of it's around her face makes her a little bit less interesting. And yeah, I do see the Shaolin monk aspect to her if we factor in the pose, but where is her collar? Come on, if we're doing Shaolin monk, where's the collar type? Come on, hey. Tea shop owner, is she a tea shop owner? Yangyang, oh, Yangyang, oh, not Yin-Yang. She's going for a yin-yang motif, I could see it. I could see that also potentially for her design. I think her earrings are that specifically. So I get why there's a white and black balance in her clothing. Using jade is a popular color that makes sense. It's split open to show her birthmark. That is the tacit mark, question mark, maybe? But this is, once again, one of those things where, like, I'm gonna show you the easiest way of saying we're doing monk design, so we don't have to do this pose in all of our art, which honestly could have even been, we could split it like that, put the trim on this, and then have this have the buttons on it, where you have, like, the buttons going across the whole thing. It looks like there might be something that is referencing that slightly on the chest, but it's so small I can't see it, so I don't know. Yeah, tacit mark. Wu had a much darker premise. That's why some of the characters have so much black in their design. You can have a game that has a dark premise without characters only having dark colors, though. Like, you could. And if this is what that is, if this is the buttoning style where it is, like, this, it's not serving a purpose by being there. Those buttons are used to close the front of your shirt. That's what that is. It's not you doing that purpose. It would have made more sense to make it follow the flow here. And then, you know, that's the trim of this, and then maybe we can see, you know, it's left open here, and then we can see that it's closed across here, maybe. And then, you know, work it into the design a little bit more. Monks can have rat tails. That's true, they are allowed. I like her Bigahoge. Her exaggeration is better than female rovers, but can you see why I thought she was an upgrade of female rover? This looks like if you were to take a 4-star character and make them a 5-star character. And then to find out that they are totally different characters that have very different personalities, unfortunately, made me understand her worse. I didn't want to spend a lot of time on her because she is just like, if I were to take this, whoops, she still has troubles. If I were to take this design and add like a point onto it, maybe. But it's still not as interesting for me. It still feels very busy because they've got some banding happening because of the white and black patterning, unfortunately. Like, it's happening in this area right here, where that makes it really distracting for me. The focal point for her, because she's so pale, at least in this render, her face kind of merges with the hair that's behind her head. So this area ends up being focal, which is reading like a rib cage, which makes me ask questions about bones in relation to her. In-game images got posted. Well, thank you. Whoa. Wow, this game is really saturated in-game. Hang on. Still similar trouble I'm having. Her face is a little bit clearer. Wow, they really are pale in their arts, unfortunately. For ventilation, guys, no reason for that to be there. No reason for what to be where. She breaks bones. She could break bones, but this slit is strange. She's wearing shorts, which I appreciate. That's a little more sporty. Makes sense if you're gonna be somebody who's kicking or doing that kind of stuff, as you are inclined to do if you are in the Shaolin, Northern Shaolin, Southern Shaolin style martial arts. Armpit hole. You know, I can't explain the armpit hole. I don't know about that one either. I have a feeling that that is another one of those things where, in my deep dives into the many corners of the interwebs, I have found out that is one of those things that apparently is also considered an asset, as it may be. I don't know. Another selling point was that those have physics on the elevator? What do you mean by that? Make the black in the shirt the jade color. There's just something strange. What? Where's your outfit gone? What do you mean, Nightlow? Huh? Fan of 20 belts, but those seem unnecessary. Yeah, there's something distracting in her design where I am drawn to look at her legs and the stuff happening down there, and this way more than any other part of her, unfortunately. Armpit is essential. Yeah, I don't know. Focal points? Meow, question mark. Also, asymmetry, at least kind of nice. Color palette, not sure it's distributed quite well. Am I being too asexual or is this actually a thing? I only knew it was a thing because I've accidentally encountered it out there in the wild. Everything's considered an asset nowadays, that's fair. Armpit might be niche, okay. Technical physics are crazy, by the way. Okay. Alright, interesting. Noted. I'm not really gonna give her a full grade because I feel like she is just Rover, female Rover, if you added a little bit more interest to her. But it's not great. Your Halloween design is gone. It is, yes, because it's not Halloween. It is just a 5-minute redeem. It just appears for a little bit sometimes. the white thing in Yang. I do understand that they're going for a balance in the color scheme, yes. I understand the placement, maybe, of the white and black for being yin yang, and they're almost treating her chest as if it is, like, one of the, like, epicenters for it, leading parts of it. It's a good color palette, it's got the makings of something right, but it's not quite there. Shorekeeper has jiggle physics too somehow? What do you mean somehow? Auto dodge refused her? What do you mean somehow? Parts of the body that make sense to have jiggle physics are fine to have jiggle physics. That's okay, that's acceptable. Things are metal, then that should be happening. Like we've seen in Genshin, my favorite girly Noelle and her strange... Hope they fix it, it's goofy? Oh, okay, never mind. If it's goofy, that's not great. Stand out as yin yang more if either character wasn't also just black and white. That's kind of the bigger problem here for me, yes, is that she would stand out as being themed around, you know, yin yang if she was maybe somebody who stood out for the fact that she was wearing those colors. But she doesn't, unfortunately. Jiggle breastplate physics. Oh, uh-oh. Yeah, we don't like that. That's very strange. She is wearing shorts. She is wearing, like, very regular shorts also. This game is somewhere between fantasy and, post-apocalyptic streetwear, and the line changes with every character somehow. Maybe change the hair color. Honestly, when I was having thoughts about her before going live and deciding what I did or did not want to do for her design, I was debating on whether or not making the inside of her hair green, whoops, to more fully set her apart from Rover would be the right move. I know that that would kind of get us away from some of the yin-yang happening, but it would give a better silhouette for us to see her earrings against, maybe? And this might not be the right move, but I feel like it would set her apart enough from female Rover. She has a wind element, okay. It was one of those things I played around with. I wasn't really thrilled with the application of it. I think that's also too strong. Where, like, I think I had it, like that. Sometimes I play around with characters in advance, so that way I can have a game plan of, like, oh, what should I do here to make this character work more the way I feel like I'd want it to. I don't know. Like, anyone I know thought, oh, she looked like Rover? Really? I thought she did. From somebody who didn't play the game, I thought she was a like, leveled up version of her. I thought she was, like, the 5-star version of a 4-star. Better given how gray and pale half her outfit is. She needed more green in the upper half of her body, too. But it does, like... It's not super strong what I've done there. I don't know. I'm not sure that's the benefit, but I didn't want to get too far deep into her. But, like, we can look at her design. She is very black and white. If we look at other characters here, there is also, you know, characters who are fully dark, black and white. There's Baiji, who is also fully, I think, exclusively black and white. Alto, who is also fully black and white, but they're 4-star characters. And then also Sanhua, who is also fully black and white and also a 4-star character. But then they also have 5-star characters that are pretty much that also. So I'm not sure. Yeah, it's not just the 4 stars. And then there's a couple characters that I think are interesting and are doing things that you don't usually see in gacha games. Yeah, Carl Charo? I don't know how to say this fellow's name. Cal Charo, maybe. Also is black and white. Black goes hard, okay? It does, this is true. But I think there's just too much of it in this game. Yangyang also looks overwhelmingly to be black and white, and also I'm having clarity. I'm just, like, looking at a variety of the characters right now. Just see. Don't talk about... Cal Caro. Okay, it's not pronounced... Oh, okay, interesting, I see. Subjective. Yeah! Yeah. I just think there's too much black and white. I feel like some of the more interesting design traits they have in some of the characters also are stuck in the 4 stars, as many of the games do. Calculator, there you go. Black and white is the 1.0 group motif, kind of, based on black flower. Black dye is just easier to get. I mean, it's not, I don't have a problem with their hair colors being black and white, other than the fact that a third of the cast has white hair. It's more so just that there's not a lot of other variety. So, like, for 4 stars, people were quite into Yangyang. Yangyang? Question mark? At least Genshin uses the color wheel more. They do, and I complained about Genshin's usage of it. Yeah, even if it's consistent for lore, it doesn't make it interesting. That's like one of those things where they call it Like, it's an in-reason or in-universe excuse for a decision. But I don't know. And yeah, Yangyang is the cover girl of the game. I remember she was actually, I think I had maybe seen her before the game came out. Hang on, let me see. And I know people really liked her back when the game came out too. Whip. And I will let you guys pick also ones for me to look at here. That's a really small full body image. Why does this keep happening? Genshin also had much more time to add variety, to be fair. They did, but they still used the same decision-making process for colors for their characters almost every time, though. They still do black, white, gold, or black, white, a metal, and a color, which I got bored by previously also, unfortunately. Just like Yangyang, she's so boring. Love her hair, though. So, her silhouette is not one of the stronger ones for me, unfortunately. Her silhouette is okay. Yeah, the thing about in-universe reasonings for odd design choices is that they could have just not made it a thing. Yes. Gonna go to Eep now. Oh, bye, Bugs! So, this character design, unfortunately, I think this isn't a very high-quality render of her. Her silhouette isn't as strong as some of the others. Her hair being, like, flayed, like, spread out like that does help her silhouette be more interesting, but it's not as strong as some of the others. It's not bad, but it's not as good. There is, I see somebody is mentioning it, and I did detect it on my own, there's a little bit of a slight bird motif happening. Oh, here somewhere? Is it a more simple one? Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's a slight bird thing happening where her hair is turning almost into feathers for me. I'm not fully sure. EG, I'm bored by black, white, a color. Also, EG, black, white, a color. And a metal. You're right, I am. We talked about this when I looked at Genshin designs. It is maybe a pot calling the kettle black. However, I don't exist in those universes, and I'm not doing it 100 times in a row. I also have a lot of color depth. So get gone. I'm kidding. I thought her hair looked super feathery. Yeah, her hair is very feathery, but there's not really, as I looked through her, much else that made me think bird or feathery. Unclear. And she is kind of bland. She is more or less wearing, like, her midsection body outfit is still, I feel like, very similar to Rover's. Once again, very similar in the cut of the top and the cut of the bottom of the, like, front of the design. At least she's got a longer back to it, but once again, I feel like it's still handled very similarly. Very 90s anime. I do see that. They did give her anime girl hair vents. Her eyes, unfortunately, are kind of unremarkable for her face. I appreciate there's some blue, but once again, I want more depth in the colors. She got a white and gold dress. Okay, that's nice. Maybe if we can look at her outfit later, but we're gonna look at default design, which is important. Wait, it's not the Rover girl. This is not Rover. No. This is, once again, if you were to tell me that this is a 5-star version of Rover, of her, I would believe you, because once again, this is another girl that has very similar dress style, and then she has white on the inside of her hair somewhere. I don't know. Oh, hi, Revity. Yangyang does have hints to a bird motif in her combat kit since she's had the air element and creates wind field. Her signature dish has feather stamp on it, but yeah, very subtle hints. I mean, as far as in the character design itself goes, unfortunately, it's only that. I really was looking to see if I could find anything else that was like, oh, like a beak or wings or something else that could be a hint in the character design itself, but I'm not seeing it. And yeah, she is a 4-star, so this is not even a 5-star version of Rover. The fact they're so similar makes it kind of weird that she's a crush on Rover. Does she have a crush on Rover, regardless of gender? Because that'd be a slay, honestly, if they would. They all have the Hime wolf cut, sometimes tied into a ponytail. Wait, truth? Oh, yeah, wait, hang on. Hang on, she doesn't, and I closed the other one. You're right, Ririku, they do. She doesn't have the anime girl hair vents, but yeah, they are kind of both giving that. Everyone's practically into Rover. Okay, I see, that's good. I'm glad that goes both ways, regardless of it. Hi, Kenny. Resonators sometimes take on animal traits to get a lot more. Every character's bi-coded, so we do like that, we do like it. To be biased, we'll cut slay. They do slay, but if you keep giving me girls who have black hair with white on the inside of it, or white somewhere in it, with, I guess, the Hime cut, wolf cut variant that sometimes is a ponytail and sometimes is not, or pigtail, I'm gonna think they're somewhat the same character, because at least with anime sensibilities, this is the common thing, is that characters are set apart by hairstyle, and I think most of these characters have the same, like, this is the same face expression. Can we look at this? This is the same face, more or less. The eyes are maybe slightly different in shape, but not that different. Her eyes are slightly smaller, and her chin is maybe more pointed. But we're getting a classic anime thing here, which is, I think, is that if we were to swap around their outfits, I wouldn't know which one is which, unfortunately, which does not help. Trying to not do that. Yeah, so that is, I think, a critique that I think goes, honestly, for most 3D gacha games, the same face syndrome. Variety of skin tone, I guess, is also a thing in this game, as it is in all of those also, which is to say, I think this game actually has less variety than even Genshin has, at least in the, just looking at the art. Yeah, unless you could have, you know, a different skin color, maybe. But I can't go based on their official art as to what skin color they have, because apparently all of their, like, splash arts are so much lighter than their in-games. Which is interesting. Also, I've been trying to take a sip of hot chocolate for like 3 minutes now. Whoops. There's characters that are more energetic. That's fair. And I see her, and I see her splash art, and I would guess that she is more energetic. Her name is Chisha, potentially, maybe, if I'm not goofing that up. I would guess that she is more energetic, and she is also 4-star. I don't know, 2D is inaccurate to the actual faces. Okay, so I'm going to hope on that basis that there's actually more variety, because I think if I were to color pick all of the characters just based on, actually I can even show you. I'm looking at an overview of all of the characters, and this is all of their portraits. And I think there's 2 color tones, which are light and lighter, unfortunately. We're kind of diverging here. This is what I was looking at to pull my characters from. And it's all light or lighter, unfortunately, which makes it maybe not super accurate. Have I looked at the in-games of her? I have not, but I think I watched, was it Roscoe? I watched somebody play part of this game, like back when it released. Search Wuthering Waves eyes on Google and you'll find comparisons of the models. Okay. Game models are the way to go, I'd say. Imagine if at dark skin character they would have like tan, dark skin in game. See, I feel like that would be apparent. Sheesh, didn't know until seeing them all lined up like that. Yeah! And seeing them all lined up like that also shows you just how many of them have the same color palette. Let me pull this back up. I should have done this when I was talking about that earlier. Do we see how many characters have white hair and how much of this is like, this character is wearing all black and white except has pink hair? Black and white, 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 black and white with a hint of pink, black and white with enough red that I'm not as bothered. Blue is more primary here, I'm not mad. White, black and white with some pink, black and white. Ah, free me from my suffering! Help! Help! Stress, they're all going white at such an early age. I can see the newer ones do seem to stand out. Yeah, all the character designs that I looked at here and I was like, I like this one, is like, I like this one. Cool. I like this one. Okay, cool. I like this one. Oh, okay, yep, nope. This one I didn't like as much. But then it's like, yep, that one's fine. I liked this one. There's a couple more. But it was like, oh boy. Be fun exercise to get a character description and try to make a design, then compare. Yeah, I feel like we'd end up with very different results for them as a result. Thank you for the RGBG supply drop, yes. Is that connected to the lack of materials in the post-apocalyptic world? It could be, but just like as people, we've been making dyes for adornment for forever, pretty much. Brown tones would be more apparent if that were the case, I would assume, right? Because brown is probably the easiest color to make most of the time, but there's very not difficult. Yeah, they weren't thinking that hard about it. Black is hard. Yeah, I don't think that's what's going on. I don't think we can use post-apocalyptic as a reason why there's color missing. Don't see the problem unless you think color is the most important thing in a character design. I don't think it's the most important thing, but I think when it comes to making your cast feel like all of the characters are distinct and separate and interesting in their own right, I feel like, unfortunately, it is taking things away from some of these characters, but they could be more interesting were they more different between them. Post-apocalyptic, they all look like they're to the same techwear store. Yes. Characters have got to character. Characters, in order to character, must character. And unfortunately, I understand there's always a 4-star problem in games, but they're not all charactering. Yeah, black, blue, and purple are definitely hard dye colors to make. And I think those are the most prevalent colors also, maybe, in some of these. Pink is also pretty common, but yeah, I don't know. Is that why purple's historically a royal color? Partially, yes, it is. It is limited. Only like 7 are from a different country. That's fine, but just because you're all from the same country doesn't mean you all are going to have clothing and hair that's all exactly the same inherently, not necessarily. Is it bad I'm gonna dye my hair blue? No, that's fine. That's called giving yourself character traits in real life. My hair's orange. Not right now, but kind of. But, hang on, coming back here. We're talking about Yangyang. We've got distracted. We've gotten fully distracted here. We were gonna grade Yangyang. Her color, more interesting than Rover's. Once again, I feel like she's another situation where I'd give her just maybe a full point better than female Rover. Her silhouette is a little bit more interesting than female Rover. Her color palette has one more color than female Rover does. She's giving us a little bit of a bird motif, which is more than the motifs I'm getting from female Rover. Yeah, jingling keys. We're kind of getting off topic here. A raccoon stole my job. I'm sorry about your job, but thank you for stopping by. Thank you for following. Focal point for her, it is with great happiness that I once say it is her face. That was the reason why I had her here. That is the reason why I wanted to talk about her, which is that they gave her stockings and that makes her face the focal point. So that is another step up over some of the other characters. Her face is focal pointing. Finally. Was sorry to talk about the historical difficulty of dyeing fabrics various colors. Yeah, it is hard. Might ever be one of the more difficult to produce as well, especially the shade of bright white. That's also true. And if you are doing a job that is like, you know, kind of a dirty job, like I'd imagine fighting is, there is one character who I think has an interesting motif where he looks like he's bleeding from something going on in his body. I feel like they're being white clothes in a post-apocalyptic setting. Y'all are taking fantastic job of your laundry. Still looks like Rover in different clothes to me. That's fine, that's fair. I do think she is a step up though. I think I would give her a full point more than female Rover because she has more interesting color palette, which helps, more interesting silhouette, which also helps, and then her focal point is focal pointing. So I might actually have to go through the whole thing, but let me just give her a ladder test here. Fast, quick. Hi, Weebiloo. Can we critique Yangyang? Maybe. So I'll ask for the next 2 ones because I didn't have a ton of them prepared because there's actually not that many characters in this game compared to the others. There's like only a third the characters in this game as there are most of the other ones we've looked at, which is funny considering I think this came out similar in time to ZZZ or actually even before ZZZ. Is her focal point her legs? Not for me it isn't, her face is. I will say her haircut is at least framing her face pretty well for me as a focal point. We could make a call for somewhere also in her arms being it, but I think they're at a similar level of interest as her face is. Looking at character designs, we're looking at character designs from Wuthering Waves, and that's a word that I feel like I say really strange, so I've been dodging saying it. Easily post in-game images as long as they got released in-game. Wait, hang on. So I'll take a peek in there once I draw some lines on here to see if that sways my thoughts on her anymore. Her design's too bad. Is she also fully symmetrical other than her hair? She might be. Ladder. Thought it was, wuthering. Like, wuthering. That's a word I've never said correctly. I've heard, the only reason I'm saying it that way was because I've heard other people who have been playing the game call it wuthering, but it might just be because they're not saying it right. Now I'm not saying it right either. Casting the blame somewhere else. This could also be an accent thing because we did read that novel when I was in high school, and I don't recall people saying it in any way other than wuthering. Is this another EG accent strikes back moment? Because it could be. It very well may be, but I'm not sure. This is a dangerous ladder. I think the reason why people think that she is still a little bit generic maybe is because there's not a lot of these lines happening, and it's fully symmetrical. Just like the critique we had for the Rovers. Extremely safe ladder. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't say that far. Even in game they say it, Withering? I have no clue. Wuthering. Is it Wuthering? I'm saying it like it has two O's. I have no clue. I don't know if I'd call this climbable, but it is definitely on the end of, like, not as interesting as it could be. Potentially. Yes? Okay. Looks borderline unclimbable. Maybe. And yeah, the illustrations are more pale. We have noted this several times. Let me look in the Discord if there's somebody sent me a render of her in game. Oh, perfect! Thank you, Shroomates. I appreciate it. Whoop! Hang on, rotating. Her. Yeah. Oh, and then she has her tacit mark thingy on her forehead, which is nice. Oh, the only asymmetry is that her hair is feathers on one side and the bow. So there will be some asymmetry, but not a ton. Honestly, this doesn't change my feelings about her very much. Her face is still focal. Honestly, this makes her chest more focal than I thought it was. When she was there in release and was supposed to die. Uh-oh, spoiler! Was supposed to die. Armband. She does have an armband, I guess, too. That is a little bit of asymmetry. Illustrations are bothering you now. They're bothering me more and more the further we go here. I understand the ladder emotes. Yeah! Yes. That is with the ladder emotes and why they're all throwing me the ones. She is cuter in game, and I like that her mark is on her forehead. It's almost acting like a third eye, which is interesting. And her hair parting around it is nice. But no, I think I still feel like my assertion for her is fair, and I think her design, putting all of the asymmetrical aspects on this side, is a little strange and balanced for me. She's got one glove on this side, she's got one armband on this side, she's got different hair thing on this side and one bow on that side, and the feathers under her face on that side. It's all on this side, which makes her design lean a little like that, a little bit left, which is not too bad, but it is something. It does work better from the back, to be fair. Granted, we are seeing, I guess, the character designs more so from the back. I will say, she looks like she's wearing, like, balloon type pants with the way it lines up on her legs. And she does have the classic, HSR has this, the classic thing where the hair, like, is split up the center so as not to have, any amount of problem with hair clipping. Yeah, it kind of looks like parachute pants, which is kind of funny. I like that it crosses her center line in the back, but this is at least not an overwhelming back design. I feel like some of them are too overwhelming. This is okay. It's all right. It's all right. So maybe here, I will give her a real rubricing, which is to say, okay. Oh, things about her lore-wise. She's got a tiny bit of bird thing, but I kind of want more of it, and she is also giving me the sort of like blank slate self-insert type character design that female Rover gives me. But she's not. She's a cop? What? Wait. Classic to avoid collision hairdo, yes. Is she really? Not like actually a cop, but like, I know she's not really a cop, but is she law enforcement? Because I don't think I would get any amount of that from looking at her design. She's a blue hat, which I guess patroller, I guess that could be a hint, some form of law enforcement. But you know, visually looking at her, I would not, that is not on my radar, really. I guess we could stretch it and say blue hat if you're thinking about like American police force. Wearing blue hats could be related. Kind of got vibes, so I thought it was coincidental. In what way were you getting those vibes from her? Going out and dealing with tacit discord, because kind of like a soldier goes around defeating some enemies to protect the city. Law enforcement, military. See, I don't know if I would get that visually by looking at her. I'm not even sure I'm getting like hear me out. I know that she is not going to be giving American police force or like American military. She's not supposed to. But I'm not even getting like Chinese or Japanese aspects part of that. Like recon part of the military, past cop law enforcement designs like this. Oh, okay. If you've seen past ones that are like that, it could be. If you see the patroller NPC, she shares a lot of aspects. Okay, I guess give her a gun and she blends right in America. Guys, we should make a gacha game together. Maybe we could, but if you didn't see those designs before, it's not obvious. I mean, half the reason I can make educated guesses about some characters being like shrine maidens or priestesses or things like that is because of other games handling them. So I could see that potentially being an argument for this design kind of working, and if the NPCs are dressed like this, it could also be favorable. But like, I think Branya from HSR is a better example of that, where she has clothing that mimics some of the things happening on the law enforcement, but she isn't. We'll see her skirt thing in blue and black. I guess, I don't know. Yeah, she's not a gun user. NPCs are pretty different from her. Okay. I'm gonna go with my gut feeling here, which is that bird thing, I want more of it. I want to know what that has to do with. She feels like a blank slate character still, unfortunately, too, like Rover does, which is why we're feeling she's not super interesting. And I maybe want that to be a little clearer. She does have to see the HSR VOD. I don't even know, did we even talk about Bronya in one of them? I think I just know that because I've been playing the game and I have Bronya, which is why I've noticed it. But she fits in with them and she looks like she could be law enforcement. Feathers are from overclocking. Oh, overclocking is the thing that gives them the animal aspects. I've heard some of that. I don't want more of it. It's important to her. I don't know. Her silhouette is a step up, but it's not as exciting as some of the others. Ooh, complexity versus clarity. She's fine, but honestly I feel like she might be a little bit under-designed, which is kind of where those silhouette things are happening that we weren't so into. For color palette, it's okay. There's characters in this game that are doing it better, which is fine. Focal points. It was her face, but in-game it's not as fully, but I want to give at least one character at this point. I'm struggling. What color are her eyes? I don't know. Let's find out. What color are her eyes? None color once again. Hang on. Does she not have an eye color also? Her eyes also white? Maybe this is also why I keep thinking why I think she looks like Rover and like she's a self-insert too, is she still has that sort of like slight warm undertone white eyes. There's a lot of characters that have really white eyes. Gray, clear, yeah! I feel like we're missing an opportunity here to have interesting eyes. We're like, everything is all this one blue color on her. What if, hear me out, we had a different blue color for her eyes maybe, and it doesn't have to be super dark, but like, what if we had like a much cooler undertoned blue color for her eyes, and it can still be light. But like, I feel like that would be interesting, and I can feel like I can form a connection with her, and she doesn't feel as maybe soulless. Eye color yet to be added. Yeah, I know Rover has yellow eyes, but they're still really light. 7.5 it is. So was my prediction correct? I think she is a full point and only a full point higher than these two. Hello again to Rover's legs. Yeah, she is. Okay. Fair. Okay, I'm changing my brush size. That's too small. What am I doing here? Why is my brush so small? 7 out of 10. Guys, give eye color. Golden eyes should become a Persona. Yeah, if she had golden eyes, she would probably become a Velvet Room character from Persona. It is that blue, specifically, yes. I'm gonna drink a little hot chalky, but we have another, like, 40 minutes, so are there any characters in particular that you guys would like me to look at? Ones we don't get to today, if you guys leave them in the comments of the YouTube video, we can take a look at for next Thursday? But we can maybe take a look at someone if you guys give me options. NPC, please. That's not a specific person. Too many options. Yinlin, please. Chang Li, Caroletta, Jiyan. Okay, we're everywhere. Usually when I ask that, there's usually a bunch of people who say the same thing, and we're not really getting that. Shorekeeper be good. We did look at Shorekeeper already. Shorekeeper got a solid 7. Which, honestly, now in comparison, her getting a 7 and her getting a 7.5, I actually think I think that's not right. This doesn't feel right anymore. This needs to be higher. That can't be right. What have I done? This can't be right. I cannot give her a higher rating than I gave Shorekeeper. This can't be right. Did we do the math right for Shorekeeper? What did I do? I might need to regrade her. I feel like that's not right. She might need to be a little higher. Yangyang, Yinlin. Here's our layout here. So, I see people saying Lingyan, who's this fella. We haven't looked at any of the lads really. We looked at Rover and that was it. So maybe we look at another lad. Also, wait, hang on. Is this? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You don't count. 8. 9? Whoa, wait, okay. So this is another game that has a really huge discrepancy between quantity of feminine versus masculine character designs also in it. I feel like this has also been the thing we saw with Also, others gacha games. Why are the gacha games not giving us lads? What's going on here? I feel like this happened when we were doing our, we were looking at tier lists for Hoyoverse characters. Males are rare in this game? No, they're rare in this whole genre, it seems. 3D gacha games? I feel like Genshin has, like, not many. I feel like Honkai Star Rail has more, but not as many. Another target audience? Catered towards male players. That's so funny because the only people I hear talking about these games are the girls. Men are very few in gacha games in general. Weird. So strange. The men are in all the BL games. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they're in... No wonder... You know, the more I learn about the world, the more it becomes understandable to me. I've learned about that Deep Space game. The more the fact that that game apparently outsold all the other gacha games like this quarter or something makes sense. They got nothing for the girlies, so that's where all the girlies have gone. They left the men for Otome games, yes, but that's another gacha game still too. Please look at the lads. Yeah, Love and Deep Space does exist, and people did want me to look at the character designs from that, but they don't really have character designs. They're just tropes to some degree, and they have 100 outfits, so there's no point there. And Hoyo's own Tears of Themis. Oh, does that have more male designs? That'd be fine. Say, Lorelei, if you do bosses. We can do bosses later, and yeah, I know people offline talking does not equal sales also, I guess. Hoyo's Otome gacha. Male characters don't sell is basically a lie that is repeated to exhaustion. Interesting. So here, why don't we pick a male character to do? Pick a male character who we want to do. Don't underestimate the power of thirsty women with expendable income. That's me, I'm thirsty women. See, good to self-identify, and also, that's what I was gonna say, is I don't feel like there's any way that the girlies wouldn't be as much into spending the shmoney. Jiyan, my beloved, okay, is winning. I think Jiyan is winning. Depending on where I'm looking. May have to poll. I'm looking back and forth between your two chats, which I guess should be more like me going like this because you're in the roof and in the attic. Or in the basement, but not really. All the male characters look the same. I don't think that's true, actually. They do all have same face, once again, with each other, the same way all the female characters do, except Brant, I think, has a different face shape. But I don't think they all look the same. Not fully. Can't do Brant because he doesn't have a full body render yet. We were going to. Maybe Scar. We will talk about Scar next week, because I did want to talk about him, but I didn't yet. Sure they don't see. Actor. They, like, little drops hundreds of thousands of their gacha waifu merch. I guess. I could see that in some way. So here. We'll put it to a poll. Oh, wait, hang on. So I'm gonna end the poll about how many, what our average score was gonna be on YouTube, and I'm going to make a poll. We're gonna poll. Final character. Whoops, I just typed slash and then put final character. I need poll. There we go. And then final character. And our options. I think the ones I saw the most, or I guess there were three, which is Cal, Yaro, or Calcaro. I'm not gonna pronounce it as an Italian. And then Jiyan, and then also Ling. So those are our three options. So the three that I saw the most. Can we do Sephiroth? Wrong game. Someday, some way, somehow, but I think that's the cow fella that we're looking at here. So there we go. Final character. Wait, how long did I put that poll for? Whatever the default time is. You might have to vote kind of quickly because I don't know how long I set that poll for. Oh, it looks like I accidentally set it for a really long time. I might end the poll sooner than it seems. I did not pay attention. Not cow, Cal, C-A-L. Final... Oh, I have to sneeze. Oh. Ah. Oh. Oh, now my nose itches. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't have the wherewithal to mute myself. Oh. Hell, thanks. Bless you, thank you. My brain short-circuited. What was I doing? Oh, cow. Thank you for all the bless yous. I appreciate it. I have a very VTubery question for you. Do I have a good sneeze? Apparently that's a thing that matters in VTubing. Some people have good sneezes or not, and I think that's really funny. Jiyan, and then... Gesundheit is crazy. I love Gesundheit, I think that's funny. It's fine, very normal, okay, good. What a thing to be self-conscious of. And then Ling... Hang on, wrote a letter. There we go, okay, go. YouTube, now you have poll. Need to work on the sneeze? Yeah, one of the sneezes of all time. Not the VTuber sneeze compilation. That's why I ask, because people are like, some VTubers have like really bad sneezes, and I'm like, oh god. I never managed to mute myself in time when I do sneeze. I was like, I better not have a bad one. It's a sneeze, I guess it's average. Okay, thanks, good. Okay. That's all I needed to hear was that it wasn't bad. We're good. Very sneezy. I'm scared, I'm not ready to get my boy roasted. I don't think I've been roasting them that much. Not that much? Question mark? It's like an atomic bomb. Okay, there we go, good. It's very human, thank you. I'm not human, so I will take that. Do it again. No. I don't have that. How often do you get double sneezes? I don't. I sneeze once and I'm done usually, that's it. You got a sneeze meter running? No! No sneeze meter. The only thing I would accept is hiccups, because I do hiccup I think at least once a stream, I feel like. I will just have one single hiccup, unless we're talking about the Gardic phone stream where I hiccuped for 45 minutes while I was live. When you sneeze, you emit a cloud of spores? Yes. I'm glad you guessed that. I do. It's true. While the same face syndrome is there, I do think Wu has more eye-shape variants than other 3D gachas, at least at the moment. If I zoom in here, I can kind of maybe see what you're talking about, but it seems like there's really three main shapes for eyes. You have the masculine characters that have like the really narrow eyes, which you have and you have. Yours are a little more angular. You also have that same eye shape. You all actually know all the male characters have the same eye shape. The girls have like the more wide open eye shape, except for him, he's got wider eyes. Wide open eye shape, or like her eye shape, which is very like much more narrow. It seems like there's still only two options for it. What are these questions? The important questions that bear asking. Oh, and the 3D, sorry, we gotta stop talking about the 2D, the 2D arcs. Apparently it's not right. Very squeaky when I sneeze and hiccup. Oh no. Based on character designs and UI, I almost cannot differentiate this game from Genshin. Really? I can differentiate it from Genshin pretty quickly. I haven't looked at the UI design, but I can tell from color design that it's not Genshin, and I can also tell from silhouette that it's not Genshin. And if you were to look at the in-game models, you would also know it's not Genshin. Faces look different in-game, there we go. Yeah, the 2D art does seem to be a little bit of misinformation. I would say it looks very different from Genshin to me, at least. I'm holding hot chocolate and I should drink it. And yes, Ryuku's right. There's not enough pattern on pattern on pattern on pattern for it to be Genshin. Not enough scrolling patterns. A lot of those. Oh, spills hot chalky on my lap. Whoops. Hang on. Uh-oh. This music is music from the game. This is the CBT2 login theme extended. It's very intense. Hang on, give me 1 second. I have spilled hot chocolate on my legs. I'm sitting crisscross applesauce, and I did spill it. I am sad. It's because I am sad, Hoshi. I love little differences, like different noses. Do they have different noses on their 3D models? I'll have to get like a compilation ready for next week's for it. Good thing there's different games and different tastes. Yeah, that's why you can have so many games that are different like this, where people will be like, people all called this game a clone, like a Genshin clone, which I don't think is true at all, actually. I don't think it's actually true at all. It's a 3D gacha game. That's where the similarities, I think, somewhat stop and end. The worlds seem very different. The way that they're handling the designs are also very different. They're drawing from similar sources, maybe, and inspiration. They're drawing from historic Chinese clothing in some of the character designs. And that's it, maybe. I don't know. Do you think it's sad only versus 1999 and ZZZ have sort of body variation? I don't know. I wish they did, but I do think that ZZZ is benefiting from the fact that I think they have fully distinct separate models for each character. I think this game does too. It doesn't have a ton of variety in the body types, but it has some at least, where like some of the characters are shorter if I'm just looking at this, and some of them are taller. But you're right, it's not a lot. I don't know, similar mechanics, but the game is very different apart from the gacha parts. Yes, I do think they are different. I think that I saw a really funny graphic recently that was saying that any game that is a 3D gacha game, people will say is a Genshin clone, but it'll be like, oh, Genshin Impact is actually much more of a Breath of the Wild inspired game, and then Honkai Star Rail is very much more of an RPG, like turn-based combat style. Like they're all different. Yeah, and the basis of the models look less copy-pasted than in Genshin. Move at least does better, oh, with NPCs, okay. Login music, this game will be very intense, you will die a lot. Fair. Like how all first-person shooter games are called Doom clones at first. Yes, I don't think that these are all clones. Sometimes I will refer to them as Hoyo-likes as a category, because they are all anime-style 3D gacha games with some element of world exploration and those things, but that's the best. And if based on grading, I am gonna say I do like this better. Yeah, Hoyo-esque, maybe. But it's not that much. And I do like Wuwa so far better than Genshin. I think I haven't had a grade low enough to be on a similar the playing field as that, so. Alright, with my hot chalky somewhere, I'll stop spilling it. Because it did get in my chair, and that's not gonna smell great. But we'll deal with that later. I'll have to get that out of there later. No 2s yet. Yeah! What did I give Nahida? 3? Nothing even remotely related to that in level. People are going Infinity Nikki a Genshin clone? Oh my god. No, say it ain't so. That's a very different game stylistically and story-wise, and the gacha is completely different. It's totally different. I'd say it's totally different. Yeah, and funny people call them Genshin clones when Genshin was taking from Breath of the Wild. Yeah, so no, we're not getting to that. So, for our winner here, I think that Jiyan has won, actually in a sweeping victory. No one actually else had a chance. So we will look at this fella. No one stood a chance, actually, against him. He out by like half. Am I saying his name right, also? And yes, Infinity Nikki is not a Genshin. Not even slightly at all. No. E.g., I'm working on some concepts, and I'd like to hear your thoughts if you don't mind. I'm not sure of how to offer that, maybe, but if you put it in the Discord, the Shrewmates may be able to provide you some feedback. The Shrewmates have been trained quite well. I do trust them to provide good feedback on that sort of stuff. But I don't know how I can be helpful. Unfortunately, the way that I am. But I don't know. Passive support mechanism monster with cancer, coffin, kinds of material in it, Frankenstein's monster, speed, and electric. Just post the concept. See, there you go. So the Shrewmates will probably be able to give you some feedback. Usually for feedback, if it's not the character design critiques, I do consultation type stuff with that, which could be another way of handling it. If Zhongli and Zhao were put into a blender. Interesting you say that. So this character, the way that his color palette is put together makes me think he's evil. Because he's got a lot of sharp shapes happening, especially in his hair, combined with the fact that he is wearing very overwhelming all black color. In-game 2D sprite. He is so green also, yes. He's not evil. Really, serious heroic general. That's so interesting because maybe this is just because of the fact that I am so used to seeing green and black and sharp. Like, look at this hand gesture. These are all things that would make me think he is evil. Look in-game, please. We can, if any the search I made was for in-game, but it didn't come up as an option of what he looks like in-game. If any of the Shrewmates have my back here and have an image of him, that would be fantastically helpful. Oh, somebody does have me. Thank you. There we go. Oh, he's got a kind of a funny pose here. And wow, this really is the case. He's not that pale. What the heck? I need to stop being surprised by that, but it is gonna keep surprising me. That's wild. He is looking down, but no, this still reconfirms what I feel about him, which is that he still kind of looks evil to me. Alhaitham has similar palette. That's true, but his demeanor makes him not look evil. His demeanor makes him look more stoic than potential bad guy situation. Why are they so pale in the art? Yeah, I don't know, but he is giving a little bit of dragon, I will say. His gauntlet's cool, which they're not really actually at all showing us in this art, which kind of sucks. He's also very asymmetrical in an interesting way. His silhouette is good, but not as good as they make it look in this art. I like his hair, that it has this tuft at the top of it, which is interesting before having the long flowing bits. It's kind of a fun, kind of distinct thing to do with hair. Like that they're not paper white, yes also. And he is a dragon. I can see this from the fact that he has scales. There's sort of claws at the end of those. They're doing patterns again that mimic what scales look like. I'd be interested to know what goes on and why scales are the way that they are in the game. Like why, or not scales, like why, like what the dragon's roles are. I didn't really know much about them. I'd be surprised to know he's a doctor before general. People are saying medic. If I were to do a cold read on him, I would say that he does look like somebody who spends most of his life in battle. He has sort of the classic samurai. We have an arm out exposed, so we can have a sword arm, but it looks like he uses a lance, which I guess is going for similar type of thing, where I could see warrior for him for sure. He's not really very armored other than his arms, and he at least does not seem to be fully suffering from the thing that a lot of the other male characters I see in gacha games suffer from, which is that he does have interesting things happening around his legs, which I'll take. All about the battlefield, okay. Classic, I love that we've got like, I feel like this is a good blend of streetwear or like this sort of like, what you may call it, like cyberpunk techwear clothing, but with like more traditional clothing also, where we're getting vibes that are almost kimono-esque, but then it's got a zipper on it, and he's got the strap across his chest. This is like sort of the fusion that I like better than others, so I do enjoy it. Actually, dragons in game. Yeah, it seems like there may be, just from me looking at some of the characters. Okay, wow, you're actually seeing it. I do see it. I do see it. What do you mean? I'm picking it up. Cover your armpits. That's not a required thing to cover. It's fine. You can have that out. And then I believe if I remember right, he also has one of those tacit mark things, but I don't remember where his was, because I had seen him before. I'm not gonna just chest looks like a face. Okay, I can see what you mean. I can see what you mean. Kuroware, fantasy techwear, aesthetic instead of purely functional aspect. But see, I'll take, his actually feels functional to me, where some of the ones we've looked at on the ladies, it's not functional. Oh, it's on his back. Other image. Here? Oh, okay. But here's the thing, We see this. You see this. You know if this was one of the girlies, it would have the back would be fully exposed. You know it would be fully exposed. I don't like the design of the back of his character quite as much. Too much beltage for me. This is giving me like Tainari flashbacks, unfortunately. Yeah, and I'm saying I want equality. I'm saying expose his back. Come on. Come on, equality. But the belt, the reason I might have thought they were talking about that this was the character people thought was Sephiroth is because so many belts in the Final Fantasy-esque way. He's got like belts hanging down here that don't necessarily do anything or make sense to me. That's almost a belt. There's these like corset-like belts on the back of his chest that are sort of strange. Let's see the shoulder blades. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of odd for me. Like, this is one of those things where, like, I feel like they totally could have gone for, like... Hang on. Like, they could have done... Wow, does this make any sense? Like, this. And it would have been fine. Just give me the full back exposure. Maybe they would think that's too feminine for him, but honestly, that's what I want. Full back exposure, because then that makes it a focal point if we're looking at the back of him, which it already kind of is, but it could be more of one. I don't know. I'd be okay with that. Yeah, and Sephiroth is the other one. I did hear that. Is the Sephiroth one evil? Too femme, I think. I think that is why they wouldn't do that. I don't think that's a problem. He's pretty masculine otherwise. You can have a balance, look good. More martial arts coded, don't think too feminine. Yeah, I think it's fine. So, for this character in general, like a... Oh, wait! Hang on! Is this a medicine gourd that he has on his waist? Perhaps. Because that might be a good thing. That might be giving me the hint that he is that is his role. Maybe, perhaps. They all have gourds? Oh, do all of them? That's their phones? Oh, damn it! I was gonna give him that as a benefit. Sorry. Unusual EG curse. Darn it! I was hoping... Their gourds are a phone? That's so funny. That's like SpongeBob conch phone. I was hoping it was a medicine gourd because he used to be a medic, and that would work. Okay, wait, note-wise, he does use it as a medicine gourd. Okay, thank you. Thank goodness. Okay, fine. We'll take that. We'll take what we can get here. I would like that as a thing that does that. People are used to seeing more skin equals femme because women are so sexualized in games. Yeah, unfortunately. I missed the hair. I need to save up again. Oh, why is exposed back so associated with femininity? I never understood it. We just said why, unfortunately, yeah. They kept the Tacit's Discord in there. Super shredded in the front, but not the back. Doesn't make sense. That is also kind of true and kind of strange that he's not shredded and yolked in the back also. They could do that, and the back could be open. I'll make a move to go back to that, and then we can do, like... is there a darker color? Just give him, like, a more defined shoulder blade situation back here, just for my own sake. Just for my own sake. That's not probably correct where that would go, but there you go, something. Skipped back exercise. Not important, apparently, to him. Okay, but we're talking character design here. So, I enjoy that he has a more asymmetrical character design. He seems like he might be a little bit more chaotic than the others as a result of it, because pretty much all the other characters are so much more orderly in the way that their clothing is. But his character has, like, this belt is undone, it's half off of the shoulder, which might be a practical decision for wielding a sword or wielding his lance, could also be. But then the back also has these free-flowing belts that are kind of split. Like, he feels like he might be a little more chaotic, potentially. If I'm trying to make guesses about character traits, I thought he was evil. Because he looks like he's, like, glowering all the time. Like, he's got his eyebrows down. He doesn't look like he's very happy. He looks like he's going through it, maybe, also. Yeah, he's got a... Oh, spear, not a lance, sorry. There's a difference. He's hopping on the bench press. He should. Oh, good night, Soul Creator Kingdom. Bye. Oh, hi, Space Cadet Aphrodite. Salutations to you. Or Lance, yeah. One of those things. If we get bald, wait, what? I love how we all have an understanding that if we get bald, EG also gets a Linguigi. Yeah, they do tend to mix and match. Yes. Not you, Lance. Have we done this before? But yeah, the belts are crazy, but I feel like every time I say a Lance, Lance does appear. Spear and Lance are the same thing in my first language. See, I know they're interchangeable sometimes, but they're not always. When I did Northern Shell and Kung Fu, and when we used them, they were called spears, and if you called it a lance, you would get bonked by the Seagung. He did not. That was apparently very wrong. Actually, you can't look at him at all now. So I don't quite know, but yeah, the belts are crazy. They're a little distracting, but they're making me think things about his character, which I think that giving me a little bit of element of potential chaos with the fact that the green and black combo sometimes gives evil. Also, some of the sharp elements on his design, like the sharp gauntlet and stuff like that, the hair being real pointy and kind of standing upright, his facial expression are the things that combined make me think he's evil. But apparently he's not. Okay, Lancelot. Knights, yeah, Lance are things used on horseback with European knights. Lances are the ones where it's not just a, like, tip on the end of a staff. I think it's a longer, like, weapon in some way. Bit of a Gap Moe situation, he's actually extremely sweet. If he's intended as a Gap Moe situation, I'll give him his points back for that. If that is the intention for him, then that's fine. Please show me the chest face. We'll come back in so we can see. There we go. Apparently this is a face. Eyeball, mouth. But if it is intended as a Gap Moe thing, I'll take it for... That was the same thing for, Nuvi from... is that the game I've been playing? Is he a Honkai Star Rail character? I actually can't remember. No, he's not. He's a Genshin... I actually can't remember. Genshin character, right? Yeah, hang on. Yes. Yeah. Type of character for me, love Gap Moe male characters. Yeah, I'll take that. If that is the case, I will 100% accept that as being fully fine. That's allowable. Genshin? Okay, there we go, sorry. Whoops. I've looked at so many gacha characters, okay? You can't fault me. I don't think he really has it, but I don't know how it would translate to male, so maybe I'm wrong. Mostly Gap Moe is just when a character looks one way and is completely the opposite. So, like, for me, him looking to me like he is evil and maybe really cold and hard to approach and like he's in a bad mood, but being a total softie and being very friendly and polite and very nice would be sort of that, you know, playing with expectations thing that we would enjoy. EG is not Gat Moe. No, I'm not. What you see, the way that I look is mostly the way that I am. I have not been playing Genshin in secret. I actually don't know anything about it. I think I've looked at too many characters is what I mean. He be obsessed with shoujo like every other Gat Moe. That's him in a nutshell. Okay. Polite but like stoic military than soft. Oh, okay, okay. Kind of how you described. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I see. I see. He also, they really, at least for him, in the way that they do in other 3D games, they left him in his Dorito shape, which is better for silhouette. Kind of helps. Let me draw a ladder on him really quick. Let's get a ladder test. Weep. Let's see. We're not going to count for the hair, unfortunately, either in doing this. Dang, I want more hot chalky, but I like fear picking my hot chocolate up again, then I'm going to drop it. So that's there. His boots. Oh no! Wait! Oh no! Wait! Uh-oh. What's that about? Uh-oh. He's got like half a sleeve here. His... Well, that actually would probably be lower, but we've got the stuff that's happening in the center with his belts. This is here. That's the top of that. His chin. His hair. His eyes actually probably do warrant a line. Should probably be close to the front of his face if he wasn't looking down. And his earrings. I mean, I could probably maybe count those, but they're so dark that I don't quite know. But hang on. Actually, it's not as bad. Very climbable in the lower body, unfortunately. And not in the sense that, people who are down bad for this character probably say. Ah ha ha ha, that's a joke for you. Climbable ladder down here in this part. Not climbable ladder up here in this part, which I will say... As far as focal point goes, this might actually be helpful. You know, I didn't give him the diagonal of this because it's right on the, like, the belt line, pretty much. It's kind of lining up, and this is so vertical that I wouldn't count it. Unclear? I don't know. But the fact that there's more clustering up around the face and in the upper part of the body is usually good. It's a little bit climbable down here, unfortunately, which... Yeah... Could be a little bit, could have a little more variety and could be good. Welcome back, Selma. So it's not bad, but it could be maybe better. But it is chaotic up here, which is nice at least. Has a little bit more. For focal point for this character, I will say I am having a little bit of over-detailing things happening in places where I'm kind of all over the place with where I want to look on him. It's okay to have your eye be led around in a design where, you know, if there's more than one place where your eye wants to go, but they kind of lead you to each other, that's fine and acceptable and cool and good. I do look at his face. That is one of the things I look at. And I do look at his armpit almost just as much. Yeah, the figure 8 thingy is fine, yes. I'm looking at his face, but I'm looking at his armpit just as much, unfortunately, because the rest, his design is so cool in undertone. He's so cool. No, he's so cold colored in his undertone, and those are the only elements of warmth on his design, and they're also bright, and they're also saturated. They're probably the most saturated things on him. Woo-wah really is bringing you into the armpit. I think there's a lot of places I think women would like to look. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are, okay? You won't catch me with any of those feelings, however. First place you look at the abs? That's because you're looking for them. They're so low contrast. They're not as detailed, and the contrast isn't as strong as everywhere else. So, no, false. I'm calling you on that. You're looking for it. For me, the patterns being understated so that they fall back is kind of for the better, so they're not distracting me as much. The arm is kind of focal, which is okay, because I think that's important, him being a dragon, or having dragon motifs at least. Yeah, people are outing themselves. But I really feel like the face and the armpit are the focal point, so not bad. Slightly zoomed in image helps, and zoom out can be less detailed. Well, that's the point. Focal points you should be able to see at a distance. That's why we zoom out for it. If I zoom in here, I still don't think it's that focal. I still think it's the face and the arm. It's also odd that his hair outline makes it feel like it's not the same as his face. Maybe like a stylistic thing there. The eye sees what it wants, e.g. I think that's true for all of you. I don't know about me. I think I'm immune. To be fair, the armpit is the only place with more exposed skin, so don't judge me for looking. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. So face is focal. It is having something competing on a similar ground as it is, but face is focal. We're trying to deal him a little bit of a compliment, at least. That is to say, something is somewhat working there. Are there any important things about his story that I'm missing? Potentially. I can see military for him in a way that I can't always see for character designs, and I'm glad that for a military type character, he's older. because I feel like a lot of the time, like, Genshin, military general, looked like he was like 12, unfortunately. The one for, I don't know what his name was, the one for Kokomi's place? Zimming PTSD count. Okay, I can look at him and maybe guess that that would be true. Survivor's guilt. Okay, I can maybe also look at him and think that that could be true. Haunted by the ex-general who died. Okay, he looks like he's experiencing haunting, which could be fine. Goru, yeah, Goru. Yeah, no. So, I can believe General. General's believable here. Not saying that the dog boy does not have a design that is somewhat interesting, but I like that he looks mature and adult in a way where him being a general and him being traumatized and all those things, I think makes sense visually with him. I can accept that. I need to close. I have too many things open right now. I'm gonna close this. There we go. And I'm gonna close the back design. I don't like his back design as much. I think there's too much going on, unfortunately. But the front's okay. There's a little more detail than I would like in a way that's kind of distracting, where I do get pulled down here by just how much is happening. So the focal points aren't fully focal pointing for me, but it's okay. So in general, he looks general. That's true, yes. What did we not talk about here? What did we not mention? Let me look, okay. So for color palette, we didn't really talk about color palette very much. He is very green. He and Yangyang have kind of the similar thing happening to them, where black and a color with like the tiniest bit of white. That's not bad. I like that there's some metal in here that becomes a little bit more important. So it's okay. I'm not bugged. Once again, I feel like I want a little more color depth in some places, but it's not bad. It's more interesting than some of the other ones are. It's okay. We'll take it. It's not the best maybe out there, but it's better than others. It's not bad. Silhouette. It's also not as strong as some of the others now that I'm looking at it, but it's also not bad. It's actually pretty decent. Green being a primary color palette is rare, at least. That's, you know, that is true. You know, that's true. If I look at all of them, did I just close the thing that had all of them in it? I did. Wow, good move, me. Green hair, I feel like, is not super common either. I will say, for what it's worth, he is a unique character, at least from looking at him. The ponytail combined with the hair color, I feel like it's something we don't see a lot. Maybe I do need to give him more points for his color. Just because one of the things I have here is that it's well executed, but I feel like the fact that it's unique might also be worth giving him full points for it, maybe. Hang on, I might give him full points for that, maybe. You've persuaded me. Perplexity versus clarity, I feel like some of the details are just a little bit too much for me on his design, but it's not too bad. For focal points, they're present, they're definitely there, but there's things kind of pulling us around. His face is one of them, which helps, but there's a lot of detail in other places that is kind of distracting, but it's all small details, so they're kind of pushed back. What I'm saying is that I could probably put it here and be okay with that. Still very green? Yes, he is still very green. Not a complaint maybe, but he is very green. Concept and motifs. I think from what we were talking about, I may give him full points for it. For concept and motifs. I'm getting the dragon aspect, I see it. I can see general. I can see, like, definitely that he is somebody who is in the field doing a lot of fighting. I don't know if I'm getting the medic thing, but that was like a past position of his, so it doesn't have to be reflected in his current outfit, but the medicine gourd being a hint to it is nice. And the fact that he looks evil maybe is a subversion of expectations type situation that I am willing to say is good. So I'll give him full points for that. So what do we have here? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? Trend that I see emerge often when we do these. This is a trend I see emerge often, which I think is going to, this would be like a final thoughts thing here, which is that I think the trend I'm identifying here is that because these games are marketing so much to men intentionally, I think it's because the game is marketing so much to men that a lot of the time the character designs for their male characters, they will go for things that make the character design cool. Meanwhile, since they're marketing to the same demographic, they make the female designs attractive instead of cool character designs. And I think that's a distinction, and I think that that is why the grading ends up the way that it does, because I did have somebody say something to the effect of before that I hate women, which that's not true. I love women, actually. Um, but I don't know. I feel like sometimes, like, at least in their, ooh, we're singing now. Uh-oh, that's probably not DCMA safe. We're gonna shut that down. Whoops. Attractive equals cool, apparently. I can't believe EG hates me. No. To be fair, I wouldn't call Brant cool. That's what I was gonna say. To be fair, it seems like their newer characters aren't subscribing to that, where they are making female character designs that are cool, and male character designs that aren't inherently cool but are good character designs. So, like, maybe they're improving on that. Because I think this is something that I said when we were looking at Reverse 1999, which is that they weren't trying to make the character designs attractive to viewers inherently. Maybe? Is this gonna be another voiced song? Better not be. Don't keep voicing songs. No thank you. The new characters are for the theater kids, which is good. Oh, it is voiced. Nope, never mind. That's gonna be DCMA. There we go. Start over. AG hates sexy characters. I don't. I do not. It's not true. It's not true. Brant looks goofy. Zenny looks like she. ... Okay. Yeah, Reverse 99 is doing its own thing. And when I say I love the character designs because they are. They gave Tooth Fairy, like, dental hardware. And we, by no stretch, would say that that is a conventionally attractive thing to do. But we love that character. And we think she's cool. And we think she's fantastic. Like, it's definitely doing its own thing with the character designs. It's leaning into a different end of design. Yeah, EG is not fooled by sexy characters. You cannot hide poor character design decisions by making your characters hot. I will see right through you. Tooth Fairy's kind of hot, though. See? We love Tooth Fairy. You don't have to make a design that is inherently, completely conventionally attractive to be a character that people will think is lovely and be in love with and also want to pull for. That's the way it goes. Like Luffy. Sure, you could call Luffy that, maybe. you could call that. Praise that fandom celebrates when there's a character with normal pants. Yes! I think it's so sad that the fandom has to celebrate when we have a character that has normal pants. I feel like it's so strange when we're celebrating a character having shorts also. Like, I think I did that today, maybe once if not twice. Bugs Bunny, Riz for Luffy. His name's Luffy, right? Not Luffy? Did I say it wrong earlier? I might be goofing it up. Pants is in trousers or underwear? Trousers! Trousers! Not other things, no! This guy looks like a brand ambassador for overpriced underwater headphones? What? Aphrodite, what? I get wind from this character. I'm not really getting water from him, but that is kind of funny. But I can see what you mean. I get what you mean. Oh, you spelled Tooth Fairy not quite right, but I'll let you say that. That's fine. That's funny. Why are we talking about Luffy? Because we're talking about character designs that are meant to be cool. They're not, the main point of the character design is not to be attractive. It's to be cool, but then people fall in love with them and are interested in them anyway. Regardless, because I think being cool, looking cool, and having cool character design does work. But part of this design is blue. Good question. It is green. Oh, like Shrek? No! Shrek is not my example! What do you mean? I'm not using Shrek as my example here, no. Is Luffy's design cool? Okay. I think his design is cool. I think his design is actually really well done. He's simplified in a way that's really memorable and is cool, and people like him as a result, okay? Oh, Yoshi, sorry, no, you're good. I knew you misspelled it and you weren't intending for that. You're good. You guys can disagree with me all you want about these things. Don't worry, it's fine, you're allowed. But here, let's do a little averaging here. Can we do some quick math? I say, I'm gonna open the calculator on my keyboard. Hi, can I get calculator app? Oh, that full screen, that's crazy. That's so big. Okay, average. I don't have good enough memory to remember what we're adding together here. 8 plus 7.5 plus, oh, that's me chaos, thank you for following me. Oh, plus 7 plus, what did you have? 8 plus 7 plus 6.5. Okay, Knuckle Iva's track is kind of a bop. And then divided by, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters. Wow, look at that. I got through 7 characters. That's pretty good. For an that can't be right. Did I miscount? That can't be right. I'm getting an average of 6.2, but that cannot be right. I don't think that's correct. Oh, 6 characters. Oh, whoopsie, whoopsie. 44 divided by 6. Okay, I did my average, which is 7.3, which is closest to 7. So 7 is the win here. Oh, hey, Tatami Chaos, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. I appreciate using your Prime for me. You only get one of those a month. I did count Jiyan twice, sorry. Whoopsie! Also, thank you for giant emo. And for lurk. So 7, who guessed 7? You guessed 7, you were, who guessed 7, you were right? Which honestly is not bad. That's lower than Reverse 1999 and Cookie Run Kingdom, but it's also higher than Genshin, and I think it's higher than ZZZ also. So that makes it the 3rd best thing we've looked at. Honkai, I think, was also, tied. Honkai Star Rail, I think, was also 7. So here, we'll do, and give you guys your payout. Yippee! Yeah, Star Rail, I think, was an average of 7 also. So I think this is very comparable. So let's choose our outcome. 7, there we go. None of you thought it was 9. There wasn't a single person who voted for 9. No, I guess 6, not my non-existent channel points. Oh no. Would you ever do other Cookie Run games for critique? Maybe? Perhaps? Wow, 6.6k go to Hoshi. I think we know how you grade. That's fair. I very rarely give full scores, full 10 out of 10s to game characters. Money, 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 money. There you go, he's got some money there too. Oven Break is a huge roster. There you go. That's true. Don't worry, eventually we'll get to Impact 3rd and the average will be 4. Oh God, is it really? Oh no, oh no. We will eventually get there, but oh no. Oh boy. I'm not looking forward to that. But I will say, up next, so we are doing, Wuwa is what we're doing this week and next week. The following week, we're gonna do a character design, we're doing a tier list, because I wanted to go back for Reverse 1999, because there's a ton of characters, and there were a couple that released recently that I think were more interesting ways of doing a character trope that ZZZ did, that I think Reverse 1999 did better. Which is why I want to go back to it. So we're gonna do a character design tier list for them. There's a lot of characters to get through for that. But I also did more of those characters, I think, total, and the object characters are really easy to get through, so we're gonna go back to that eventually. And then after that, we're doing... what did I say we're doing next? The name, yeah, Guilty Gear. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word guilty. And my brain was doing gears, Guilty Gear. Sorry, EG brain shut off for a second there. So Guilty Gear will be after that, which at this point seems like it'd probably be like a month out. We'll get to Guilty Gear. I think Guilty Gear is gonna have like a 9 average. And I need that so much, please. All these 7s. Belts galore. Listen. What Guilty Gear has in belts and maybe some things that are over-designed and distracting, it totally makes up for in terms of just the silhouettes and color design and focal points and just all of those things. Mwah! I can't wait to talk about it one of these days. Reverse 99 is great. Like, I care more about them than Genshin characters. Yeah. Guilty Gear variety is amazing. That's the other thing. The variety is very good, in my opinion. And fighting games generally are really good at silhouettes because that is how you're going to determine which one you are when you're fighting people. Sometimes it's helpful for it. Yes. What do you have a character design reviewed? Where do I submit? Yay! Character design critique, our critique form. There we go. Mod's got it. Yay! So good. Yes. Can we do Toho monsters? We haven't even done Toho anything, actually. And here's the thing. I think Toho actually has some very recognizable character designs. Oh, hello. Welcome in. Hi, Prowler. Welcome in, Raiders. Shrew-baits, you know the drill. Rotate at them. Hi, I'm EG. I'm a freelance artist fungi, and I'm also an art educator. And we were looking at character designs in the the Wuthering Waves, as it's been determined that I say that word kind of strange. Now I'm short. But welcome, fellas. We determined that based on the characters looked at today, we have an overall 7 out of 10 for character design grades here. Oh wow, hang on, I am seeing an image of this guy in-game, because it's on the music we're listening to in the background of this fella, and wow, he's really pretty. Interesting. But welcome in, Brawley. What were y'all up to? What were you guys doing for stream? Wonder if Neopets can get on the list one day. Be interesting because it's more monster design. Oh man, Neopets. That would be wild to talk about. Oh boy. Hang on, what did... waiting patiently and hoping for Arknights. Potentially. Arknights is on the poll for once we get back to polling for them. Oh, difference between Toho and... Wait. Oh, spelled different. Uh-oh. Different things. Whoops. So you've been to God Eater characters. Oh boy. There's a lot of things we'll get to eventually. I saw somebody ask earlier also about, whatchamacallit, what is it called? AFK Journey, but AFK Journey is actually getting sued right now for some reason. So I don't know if I'm getting near that one at the moment. I think it has to do with something to their characters, but I don't know what it is. Wait, what? Yeah, it is. I keep seeing things about it on TikTok, which granted, TikTok is a source of information, not clear. You're getting sued? Yeah, they did something. Hang on, I'm gonna fact check myself here while we're live to see what that was. AFK Journey Law. Yeah, lawsuit. The fact that I needed to type the word in, I typed it in and there it was after. Controversy and apology beforehand, there's a lawsuit. Uh-oh. Hang on, there is something. Howard's getting sued. I knew that. Free to play. Can I get something that tells me anything about what's happening? Dev problem? Oh, it could be. Uh-oh. Journey complaints about changing the gacha to be greedy. Oh. They planned the controversy and apologized beforehand? I don't think that's true. I'm seeing a lot of really miscellaneous things about what it may or may not be, but apparently there is a lawsuit where there may be a settlement for it. Interesting. Seem to be no articles about it. That's the other thing I'm noticing. I'm not finding articles, but I'm finding a ton of people talking about it, which is very strange. Respond to backlash with apology, Lilith Games. Maybe it's one of the things people are threatening to sue them, and they actually haven't yet. Suspicious. But I'm seeing a lot of complaints. Odd. I don't know. We'll find out. Never mind, it was AFK letters? Solar panels. What? I have no clue. But that was on the potential list of what we may do for them. Hang on. Crawler. Whoa, Hi, Squiiji. Sorry to report I've given up on the 3D webpage. No! Not giving up on the 3D webpage! I totally understand why you'd give up on it, though, because that sounds actually like hell. But no! I wanted to see that come to fruition. But that doesn't mean learning Blender's in your future. Good luck. I'm sure you'll find it way easier. Because it is a program built for 3D. And there are ways you can build a 3D space and put it on a web page. So it could work. HTML canvases are too slow. I could totally see that being the problem. I could definitely see it be the problem. Yeah, that checks out. But there are ways you can use 3D assets. You can pre-render them and then use them to make it look like that's what it is. I've been told about 3JS for 3D web stuff. Yeah, there you go. See, that's what you want to do. Yes, that'll do the same thing you're looking for. Yes. Good luck in Blender. We love Blender around here. Blender's my bestie. Yes. Hi, Meadow. I want to see you do Toho, because I want to see how you react to Zun's art. I don't know that one. I'm not sure. Can you keep count of the belts on the characters? Honestly, today, the quantity of belts didn't overwhelm me here today with these characters' designs. It was kind of okay. He's the only one that was kind of getting into too much, but we'll come back later for more of them. Maybe. More of a fan of Toaster. What are you talking about? Oh, as opposed to Blender. Oh, I see. You know, if we're picking our favorite kitchen appliance, I think I would pick my favorite kitchen appliance. Whoa. What's happening here? Why is my mug stuck to my mug heater? Hello? Oh, there we go. Got it. If we're talking about favorite kitchen appliance, I think I would say that my favorite kitchen appliance is my toaster, yeah. I have a toaster oven, not to be confused with a regular toaster, and I would call it that. I don't own an air fryer. God, I wish I owned an air fryer, but I do not have an air fryer. More of a knifer? What do you mean? That's not an appliance. That's just a tool. That's just a wedge. It's a simple tool, actually. That's not that crazy. Really like my oven for some reason? What do you mean for some reason? Air fryer donation. Wait, hang on. Notice what happened here. My stream is almost over and the donathon still has another hour and a half. We keep postponing it. We keep being like, we thought that the donathon was gonna end on Tuesday. Didn't. We thought it was gonna end today. Didn't. Are we not capped? We had decided that the cap counted towards everything except Ko-fi donations. Because Ko-fi donations are the only thing that I see 100% of, so we let it continue for those. And I received one today, which was a large enough amount that put it over the edge of today. We got extra hours, so I guess if you guys want me to keep doing Tuesdays, that's the solution. And we do have snacks and tier lists with Jubby. Wow! It's gonna never release. The donathon goes on forever. Wee, Tuesdays. You'd have to give a lot more hours for it to be Tuesdays to come back though. Because this was our final Tuesday this week. There'd have to be a whole nother like 8 hours have happened in order for it to continue. In order for us to have another Tuesday. What are we doing? Phone died? Oh, we're talking about appliances for some reason. Did you get all the furniture you needed? We've started acquiring it, yeah. We're buying a lot of the stuff we're buying is stuff gonna be from like Facebook Marketplace and stuff, so it is kind of as the thing appears in the state that we want it from, we're getting it. Well, I got my shelves, and we have to assemble them, but they're good. And I'm looking forward to having them. How long has the donathon been ongoing? It's been longer than I've been subbed. Yeah, technically, the donathon has started mid-November. So it's been almost 2 months? Even though the number of streams I've had, I think we're approaching 30 streams soon of donathon streams. It's been a long time, which is crazy. And I think we beat most of the goals for it within the first 2 weeks. All of the goals that are up now are all crazy like stretch goals, which is wild that we even got there. And I'm looking forward to giving you guys a little apartment tour once we have all the things acquired, so you guys can see all the cute stuff you contributed to. So as always, thank you, Shroommates. It's crazy, and I've cried several times about it. About the fact that being able to have all of those things is so nice. I'm so happy. Our shelf is so cool that we already have and we have to build. I'm so happy about it. It's so nice, like, being able to do the furnishing and not worrying about all of the things that, you know, are other things I have to worry about paying for that usually are what I use my income for. Being able to use those things for things that I don't think they're frivolous, but it's like, I can live comfortably now. We can get a bench so E.G. don't have to sit on floor to put shoe on, and all of these things. Make teacher cry. You guys have made teacher cry many times. I think Selma probably has the award for most cry. Either that or Moss Cake has a award for most teacher cry. I think you guys are kind of neck and neck these days. It's crazy. But thank you guys. I'm happy to see all the little hearts. I appreciate it. Take sippy of this. Yeah, there's a couple of you who have like all been over like a couple hundred, which is wild. Happily told my mom I contributed 60 and got chewed out for it. No, Hoshi! Don't get chewed out for it. What the heck? Be smart about it. Don't get chewed out. Wait, that's a contest? Not really a full contest, but the top 3 donors get specific rewards for it. So like, people who donated over a certain amount will get certain rewards. Hang on, I'm just gonna go to the Discord real quick for a second here. Come with me. And you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Oh, hang on. Woo! My screens are struggling right now. Whoop, here's this guy. So, there's actually more than one thing I can do here, which is that if I come here to the donathon, there are actually incentives for the top donors, which are that the first place and second place people have incentives, which is there's gonna be a little thank you video, VIP and special Discord role, 20 extra entries for the raffles, which are some of the rewards or raffles, and then also handwritten thank you letters. And these are the incentives for people where we've got PFP on model, which kind of died because my computer doesn't like doing it all the time. I was gonna put them on today and I forgot. Whoops. Skipping the line was one of the things. Those of you who donate over 50, I'll be collecting you after the donathon ends for doing little pixel arts of you. Over 75%, EG will be doing a Skeb style little drawing for you. And then there's thank you notes and the reward of you have made the teacher cry. And yes, it is all Legend of Zelda themed. Only donate Teo bronze coins, 1 silver coin, and 1 moth that cartoonishly floated my wallet in a cloud of dust. That's okay, you don't have to. It's one of those things where if people wanted to and had the means to, I appreciated it, but by no means do you need to. It is okay. You guys being here with me is honestly like the same amount of reward as any of that may be, which is that I get to yap into the void about things that I like, and people listen, and people like to hear it, and we can all talk together about things like this, right? So honestly, that's the best reward of all. So don't ever feel bad about like, oh, I can't afford subbing, I can't afford doing any of those things, because the kindest thing you can do is be here. Honestly, like, I appreciate all of those things, of course, as well, but it's nice. A patanis. Oh boy, wait, hang on. I have teacher, cannot read easily. A pataniska. If I'm fully goofing your name, let me know. I'm so sorry, but thank you for following. I need folks to give subs to here and there after all. Yeah. I had to bring it up so I got my critique sooner so my mom would quit chewing me out. See, if you phrased it to her as you were essentially paying for design critique consultation, I think she'd be a little more understanding of that. I donate fish cracker instead. Thank you, Callie. I do appreciate all fish cracker. So where do I suggest future design rating streams? Are we not doing that at the moment? We'll suggest some later for games. Later down the line. Yeah. Hello, call me Niska if it's easier. I can say your full name if you tell me how to do it, but if Niska is a nickname you like, I will say that also. But thank you, I'm glad you liked the PNG Tuber video. I'm glad it was helpful. I mean, the funds I'm holding on to are for you going to anyways one day. You know, that's fair, Incinda. The referencing there is that Incinda's going to commission me. Incinda's on my wait list, and has been for a while. The moment things finally get moving and I finally get past, I've had a couple ones that have been taking a while. But Incinda is near. Incinda's time draws close, which is funds that would go to me also to some degree. Yeah, say you're supporting independent artists. So yeah, so that's all the ones that were individual goals for people. And then it's also extra things for the raffle. Then also, as we are in Discord land, I'm gonna come down here to the current thing we have going on, which is that we have sort of little like community events. If you guys are interested, we call them extra credit, where you guys can contribute things for streams. And right now our extra credit we're running is we're doing an exquisite corpse. If you're not familiar with the concept, it's where artists all draw like one body part, and then we piece them together to create crazy little monstrosities. So I have provided little templates so we can all make sure ours are within a certain size range. And then you can see people have started submitting some little guys. We can combine them. So like your drawing can be anything. It can be a monster. It can be a drawing of yourself, of your own design, of your OC, of a part of your body. Try and give us a variety of body parts. I'm gonna make a couple too. We're gonna piece them all together one day on stream together, and I think it'll be very fun and silly. I'm gonna post about this on Twitter as we get closer to it and see if I can crowdsource some more also on there, if people would be interested for it. Is there a deadline? Not a hard deadline yet. I'm gonna wait until we have a number of them, but would putting a deadline to it help with people completing them maybe? In the sense of like, even if it's for something frivolous where the deadline doesn't matter, even if there's like some date put on something, I will be like, oh, I'll just work on it now and get it done. Like that helps me get things done. I don't want to make it like it's an assignment where you guys have a deadline though. But if that is something that's helpful or we like, I can do that. But right now there's not. Yeah, soft deadline, yes. Like a soft deadline. Because I don't have the stream that we'd be doing it on scheduled yet. It probably wouldn't be for the next couple weeks because there's a lot going on in the next couple weeks, honestly. But we are doing this if you so wish. If you'd like to, it is in the Discord. If you do !Discord, I see Reality's got my back in the YouTube. Do have it, and there's a channel. It's under Streamlate. It's called Extra Credit. Hee. So you guys are invited to take part if you so wish. Thank you, thank you, Selma, and thank you, Amber. So yeah, that for me for today. Oh yeah, tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday. I bet you didn't know that. Tomorrow's the last day of the week, which is exciting, but also sad because then I don't see you for 2 days. Tomorrow is Friday, and tomorrow we are doing some more hand cam. I think I got my hand cam to stop glitching. I was working totally normally yesterday, so I think it's fine. We're doing hand cam. We're gonna finish my Gundam Sandrock tomorrow. and just generally yap a bunch. We're gonna do a little bit of lurk bait while we do some yapping, which is always kind of nice. We can do a little bit of fishing. We love a little fishing. I've also determined a better way of doing the Gundam stuff, so my brain is more free, and is not as fully taken over. And I'm gonna eat some interesting snacks while we do it also. Yeah, Gunpla! My Sandrock! He needs completed. We're gonna eat some interesting snacks too, so I have at the ready for tomorrow my beloved, one of my favorite beverages that people didn't know what was before when I was talking about it. Aloe beverage. Love aloe beverage. But we'll also have some random snacks that are not snacks that are easily obtainable for me. They're things I got for Christmas and for just other weird cases. I got s'mores ramen. I have Mimikyu themed like crunchy noodle snacks that are Pokemon. It's like ramen almost, but like not the kind you make as ramen. You just eat it as like a crunchy thing. I have a snack that's like a mochi type snack. I have Meiji has a little like mushroom building thing I'll do, and then there's also Takis that are churro flavored and Jaffa cakes? Question mark. I think there actually might be more than that, but I'm not thinking of all of them right now. There's a bunch of them. A couple of them are sitting there. But they are interesting. So I feel like they'd be interesting to witness me suffering through. Specifically, only one of them I think is suffering. I think the s'mores ramen's gonna be really gross and bad, but I have no clue. We will find out. Yeah, Mimikyu! I love that Pokemon was like, oh, we really got that mascot format. It worked so well. We got our Pikachu. Let's try other electric rat characters to be the poster child of our future generations, and none of them worked. Not the way Pikachu did, at least. And then the only one that ever caught on nearly as much is just the little ghost that is wearing an outfit to look like Pikachu. They cracked the code. It's just do Pikachu. That's it. I've had that ramen. It's quite good. Wait, is it really? The s'mores ramen is good? I'll be intrigued to find out. I'm interested. I don't know. Live EG reaction? Yeah, you'll find out, I guess, whether I think it's good or not. It is? It's like a dessert? Really? Interesting. Okay. That actually makes me a little more hopeful. That'll be my lunch. We're gonna start with that one when I start stream, and I'm gonna eat it while I yap. A little, what do they call it? Mukbang situation? Mukbang? How do you say that? That. We're gonna do that to start tomorrow. And then we'll build the thing, eat the other snacks intermittently when you guys redeem snacks. And it should be a good time. That's why I'm looking forward to it, yes. Would like to hear more about the ramen thing? Oh, you'll hear plenty more about it tomorrow. We'll find out. Mimikyu, I don't even think it's called a Pikachu clone. Not sure, though. I don't know, but I think it is. It kind of looks like it. Tinily, socially anxious Pokemon. Kind of, yes. How much longer are you going to stream? I am kind of wrapping up here. Usually I try and end at 6, but I have gone past because we were yapping about Discord stuff accidentally, and I need to go hang out with my Jubby, my partner. So, on this note, tomorrow I'll be back better than ever for Friday. Thank you guys for hanging out and listening to me yap about this game. I hope it was enjoyable, and I hope I didn't say anything too controversial. As far as my thoughts on these characters went, if you have... Wait, I forgot to say this. If you had other characters that you wanted me to talk about from this game for next week, please leave them in the YouTube comments. That's where I go to look and see what I should do for the next one, please. But on that note, YouTube, I bid thee farewell, for I can't really send you anywhere. But thank you guys for hanging out. I will shroom you later, YouTube fellas.